Yeah, folks, Quillykin here, and welcome to our Saturday live stream. And as much as I would like to still be playing Grim Dawn, because I love that game, and I will probably be playing it on Monday, I do also want to continue playing Auction Not Included, and I know a lot of people are hyped about that, so that's what our Saturday is going to be. We're going to continue our glorious run, our learning run, or my learning run, I should say, of Auction Not Included. Plenty of you guys already know how to play it. But I want to learn these puzzles on my own as we go, and if that leads to making some horrendous mistakes, just all the better. So mistake number one we might do today, I have no idea, is I'm going to try to see if we can start producing power from natural gas. And I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but we're going to put a natural gas generator inside the cold biome, so it just sort of passively chills itself and we don't have to worry about it. And we'll run some high power, some, what is it, like heavy watt cables up over here and join the main network. We don't know if that's a good idea. The other thing I'd really like to do is I would really like to poke around on the surface and see what that's like. I've gone ahead and queued hazard protection for the exosuit, maybe? Atmos suit, exosuit forge, like, and these checkpoints, so maybe. It requires textile production, which we didn't have right now. So we can start doing maybe some clothing items. We do get a tiny bit of some of the textiles from, where are those goobers? Oh, over here. These guys here occasionally drop some reed fiber from being sheared. So we'll see how that goes, and we can see about scaling up later. But yeah, I want to play with natural gas. I'm sure it's perfectly safe and fine and won't cause any problems. I will say, one of the things that still annoys me a little bit is that as far as I can tell, there's nowhere in the game that confirms the density of various gases. So, like, it looks to me like natural gas is probably more dense than oxygen, so it drops. But I don't know if there's anywhere. Like, I was just checking before the stream. I was double checking the database. I was clicking here. Like, there's no density number to know, like, how the layering works. And so, is it just, well, until you've encountered it in game, you can never know? Seems a little weird. Yeah. It's not written in the game anywhere. So bizarre. Like, you would just think there would have, like, we've got all these things, right? The specific heat, well, that might be behind my head. But yeah, we have, like, the specific heat and conductivity and all this. Why don't we have, like, a gas density number? It might also be relevant for liquids. I don't know. Like, when you do look up the thing, if you make the natural gas cold enough, it'll turn into liquid methane. Cool, or methane if you prefer. Great. I don't think mixing of liquids is quite the same sort of concern as gas mixing. I don't think that's the sort of thing that happens anywhere near the same. Although maybe, we might find out something later. But yeah, it'd be really handy to have that. It's very bizarre. Very bizarre. So yeah, so that'll be the plan. What we're going to do is we're just going to finish a little construction over here. I'm going to put a gas pump or sucker upper or whatever it's called in here. I guess we'll probably want to filter because I'm only going to want natural gas in the pipe. So anything else, if there happens to be anything in here, we'll just eject it just for safety. And then I'm going to run the natural gas pipe. I guess we can run it through floor. So I'll probably run it underneath this floor here, then down to here and into here. And I might keep this off the logic because there's theoretically a steady supply of this natural gas. I mean, maybe there's not enough to run a generator continuously. I have no idea yet, but I figure I'll have that generator attempt to run continuously, and then we'll just kick the coal generators on and off as needed for the batteries. So I think the natural gas can stay off of some of that logic, and that's going to be okay. Because, I mean, we generally need one generator running all the time. So we'll see that. And then we've got our little farms going on here, which are still a little awkward to work with. Oh, right at the end of the last stream, after I went offline, someone did point out that there's a couple of shine nymphs that probably just hatched over here, so I've got them set to be moved into that room. That was a good catch, especially if these guys kept laying eggs. It'd be like, wait, what is going on here? So we're gonna move them over there. Still not sure what to do with them yet. Not sure if we can like abuse the radiation for something over here yet or whatever, because we do have some uranium as well, and you know there's this whole rad bolt mechanic I'm very curious about. But I'm gonna start with this because it sounds like a fun project. Sadly, there isn't gas orders to learn by experience. Yes, so bizarre. So bizarre. We got some... Oh, why is this page broken? Refresh. Let's have some subs and resubs, although if Streamlabs isn't behaving, I might not have that information. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Sorry, it was just doing a weird display, thanks to RM's wonderful gift of YouTube memberships the other day. And yeah, I took the day yesterday. I didn't record, I didn't stream because I definitely needed some voice breaks. So I just did a bunch of programming instead, which is also nice. So we got resubs coming in from Kerbal King at 52 months, the full deck of cards there. Caleparians at 56 months. Droat Nolfer at 117 months, getting close to 10 years indeed. And 1 month short of being able to say you've got an 18-monther again, plus 100. Red Pandalorians at 80 months. MJ is hitting the 1, 2, 3, 123 months. Silas is at 142, closing in on 12 years. Rangers at 64 months. Matamori's at 38. Vipers at 54 months. Supernova, 150-month resub over on Twitch. One of the OGs right there. Kraknar's got a 3-year Twitch anniversary. And Norman the Dane's at 125 months as well. Or not as well, but another big number. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Let's go and see if we blow ourselves up. We'll just unpause, let the dupe start working. If there turns out to be enough traffic over here, like I wonder about a couple of oxygen mass checkpoints, but I don't think there's that much traffic. We're mining out a little bit. There's also some slime over here. Now, right now, my plan for slime is I'm storing this box, which should turn it into polluted gas, which the pufflets should consume and turn back into slime, but slowly, but less slime that then will dissolve into more polluted gas, which will then be consumed. Maybe? Did you get out of there? Severe wounds? What happened to you? Well, someone, try to relocate you back into this room. I don't know what happened to that guy. Oh, is the game muted? Yes, I didn't notice right away because I still had my music playing. There we go, thank you. Jeez. How are you... There's no, log, is there? Can I find out what you took damage from? Were you just in a super cold, super hot area? Oh my god, these two guys aren't drowning themselves! Oh, wait, nope. This guy can still drown himself from time to time. Alright. He was exposed to not good gas for too long. Oh, maybe. There's a little bit of yucky gas over here. That might be it. White versus red. Is the red someone's engaged it, or is something unreachable temporarily? I don't know why they keep alternating. Maybe I should wrangle you instead of relocate? Relocate implies wrangle, okay. So it's an all-in-one. It's wrangle into relocate. I wonder if it's just when they're too high up, this turns red because they're unreachable. Yeah, see, when he's on the ceiling, that must be it. Okay, well, eventually you'll get moved. One of these guys has been moved, so every time they scooch down low enough, someone's going to try to go and grab them. Okay, that's probably okay. We grow berries, right, because they create light. We could go and plant a little bit over here. All these guys, these bristle blossoms. So presumably I could turn the floor of this room into growing stuff. As long as the radiation isn't the problem. Ambient radiation, less than 4,600 rads per cycle. $62. Oh yeah, no, that's pretty bulletproof. Yeah, we could probably just do that. Save ourselves a little bit of power. Could be. All right, meanwhile, down here, all right, that's looking okay. We do have a little bit of natural gas has reached into this area, which is certainly less than ideal. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do this floor as well, just in case we decide to pipe that way. Although I think I will pipe through the top. This is unnecessary, but it'll be nice. Got a portal waiting. Thank you. I think we don't need more duplicants. We're pretty full. I don't know how much meat one hatch drops. Like, which one of these might turn out to ultimately be more meat, but at least I don't have to micromanage, cooking the bristleberries, so I'm just going to take that out of pure laziness. And then, any chance that good old Rhyme Pendragon here has another level up? He does. Okay, so we got to pick up the improved carrying supply. We now have to work through here to get the mechatronics engineering. Lots of other people have some skill ups as well. But I'm a little bit worried about the morale situation on some of these guys. 14 to 7's not bad. Probably fine. How much meat does a dupe drop? Asking the real questions. Okay, there we go. So this is there. Now what I want to do is go to fire pole. We'll make it out of iron. This is turning into a higher traffic area now. Fire pole to down here, go there. Oh, I might put a little airlock in here. I don't know, I think it's fine. A little bit of water. Mostly sorted. And we still have our oxygen-filled room, although it's quite germy one. Here, let's just pump some chlorine in here, kill all the germs off. That'll be fine. I guess maybe interacting with the slime and stuff is bad. Maybe I should have a little washing station over here. Yeah, Martin's got food poisoning. We do have, actually, the germiness of the base is not terrible. Ooh, so some things are yellow. Oh, is that different? That's food poisoning. This is maybe slime lung? Slime lung. Yeah, okay. Base is fairly clean. I don't know. Maybe not. But it seems okay to me. Someone's got a little wee bit of stress. Just for evil, not good. It's got 5% stress. Popped eardrums, yucky lungs, eye irritation. Oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't help when you have to go in here. And you get the full irritation stuff. That's no good. Okay, so... Was that your puff? What happens there? Overpressure. Idle. Okay. So the idea here is under ventilation, presumably. We do a gas pump. Does it need power? It does need power. Okay. Well, we're going to be running a high voltage line down here anyway. So a gas pump. Oops. Into gas filter. Rotate you. I can't rotate the gas pump? To put the thingy on the other side? I mean, it's fine. But that's pretty dumb. Why are we going to reach up there? The ladder might be a little awkward with this thing. I guess I can put a little access door over here to be able to reach. In which case, I may as well just construct everything up here. Oh, no, wait. I want the pump on the bottom because it looks like the natural gas is heavier. So... down here. And I know I want to route the gas that way. I don't want the space. Yeah, you know what? I think I will go and just put a door. You can't put it on top of things. I have to deconstruct first. That's annoying. That is annoying. I mean, I guess this doesn't have to be in this room. And if anything, I actually might want to temporarily have another gas pump in here to slurp up all the natural gas that's in this place. You know, I might do that and then tear it down later. And then I'll probably put the pump in this area. Yeah, I think that's fine, because I could have it eject here, but it's not all necessarily going to be good gas. It's just not natural gas. So we'll do that, and then my idea here is... so the gas pipe is going to come through here. Pick up that, even though that'll get destroyed later. That's fine. Come in here. And then what I'll do is, this is the filter one, which... it's a little unintuitive to me, but it's fine. And so this is natural gas. that's coming over here, which we'll do something with later. And then the output, do we have to output to a vent, right? Is that what we did? Yeah, we output to a little vent. Oh, there's a high pressure vent as well, I see. All right. We'll find out if this is a huge, giant disaster or not. And yeah, what we do need for sure is we will be running a heavy watt wire over here because, I mean, I don't know. If we end up if it turns out I can only run one natural gas generator, and it only generates 800 watts, but what if I can sustain more than one? Because this needs 90 grams per second, and this thing poops out. It doesn't pressurize, but looks okay. But it can do. It's reporting 278.1 grams a second at the current temperature. And I think it erupts in sequences, but presumably active cycle. I don't know. But it looks like I could run more than one. So I think we will invest in a heavy watt. I'll run on iron, because that's what we have a bunch of. I don't know exactly where it's going to get routed. Ooh, no, not there. Oh, it's going to... I can run it along here, so I will do that. And then it's going to end up over here in a natural gas generator. It's going to use... Oh, we're out of iron ore. Although I do have a little bit more queued up to mine. Okay, well, this is a lot of construction, so I guess we'll let it happen. Speed 3. Building noises are so fun, yeah. Why is so much chlorine accumulating over here? Does this emit chlorine? I keep expecting it to sink down. Maybe there's too much CO2 holding it in here. I guess I could build a chlorine schlurpifier. Or just drop a couple of oxygen generators down here for a bit to push out the other gases. Yes, CO2 is heavier. Yes, that I'm aware of. But CO2 is getting fairly dense over here. Maybe I just have to go and mine out more stuff over here to give more room for more CO2 to drop, to accumulate down here. We'll mine down to this iron ore, or just mine out, you know, wherever here to give us some extra gaps. Or we do have a carbon skimmer over here. Maybe I should have put that down at the bottom to do whatever, but the idea was just to pull out a little bit of CO2 from this area and give it more room, because there was an issue with it. But now that that's been cleared out, maybe I should just put the carbon skimmer down in this area. This isn't a special room, so mining it out is fine. Munition. I suppose mining out is actually fine too. Well, let's see. Yeah, so, you know, maybe I got misled by some people saying something earlier. Some people told me right away that, oh, the algae terrarium's a bad idea. It's inefficient. But maybe this is the sort of situation where the algae terrarium's a good idea. And I have to remember that just because someone says something doesn't mean they have any idea what they're talking about. Which is also one of the reasons why I worry about the backseating, because it's hard to split up the people who know what they're talking about from the people who have no idea what they're talking about, but think they do. Because I could slap a few down here, right? It does need a bunch of water and algae. It is submergible, although I'm assuming we don't want the whole thing submerged. Maybe the bottom tiles could be, and then the top could still work. But would people have to come down and like schlep some water to keep this thing filled up? Current input, algae, water, oxygen. I could try to run down here, and it produces polluted water. Which just pools, or do it have to be removed? I suppose I should just build one and see what the hell it does. Here, I'm going to build it here because it's going to be really funny if it's dripping polluted water down. Let's see what happens. Oh, right. It's got to be built on solid ground. So you know what? I will build it down here in just a minute. Let's build it here. No, a little further in, because I want to see it pool up. There. I can even put a little rim around it just to see what happens if it creates stuff. Maybe that's why it's submergible, because it pops up polluted water, and it'll create a puddle, and it doesn't want to like turn itself off or something silly like that. Only one way to find out. And then, yeah, wait for a bunch of this other construction stuff to happen. There's a bunch of iron up here. Yeah, we should mine this out. Now, I don't want to do this one because I'm worried about the regolith falling. And there's some nasty gases up here, but I think it's probably worth mining out. I'm doing this mode because it'll be easy for me to see what's going on, or in terms of finding metal anyway. Right, and then we have this because this is going to keep making bleach, and I want to make sure that it was boxed in if something like that were to happen. But otherwise, and yeah, it's a bleachy room over here, and a natural hydrogen gas room over here. Yeah, it's probably fine, right? What could possibly go wrong? Coal, which will be nice for our power. Okay, I think I'm just going to go and do that. Although, we're not actually going to be able to do all that here, too. I'll just put a ladder that goes like this, and will give us some roof access. Something like that. I need more ladder than that. We'll see. All right. Slowly try to chooch away at that. Yeah, our commute times are going to get kind of ridiculous over here. All right, so this thing... emitting oxygen, emitting polluted water. We have to feed it water, and then it emits polluted water, which, does it go, I don't know if it goes directly into a bubble. Like, maybe, if I put it up here, because this is somewhere, no, it's not a polluted water tank. We do filter polluted water through it. Because an algae scrubber here also makes a lot of sense. The fact that it's germy, is it contaminating our sinks? Unclean water into this and causing problems, because I'm presuming unclean water into the lavatory is okay. I don't know. Here's what I'm going to do. Just so that I can see it, and I'm not, like, losing track of it dripping down. Like, there's some polluted water over here, although I think this is mostly some melt that's happening. We're going to see. Let that keep chooching away, and let's see what happens. All right. Textile production, the hazard stuff. Moving downwards on the fire poles is fast. It's the moving up that's a little slower. Maybe there's teleporters and elevators and stuff we can look at later, but... Clock schedule there. The hatch egg going in there. I did turn off the egg cracker. And yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out. Oh, see, you're cramped. So here, I'll do the funny thing again. Well, funny to me. Oh yeah, and this is where we're putting ice in here now. Yeah. So ice gets dumped in here, and we're hoping that it melts. Keeps that filled up. There's a lot of these shines. They're cramped, so they're gonna slow down, but can I try this? Let's try this. Can I just plop this? Yes, okay. In the meantime, are things gonna... I may have to do a re-wrangle of the shines here as this happens. But let's see. And it's possible as they move, the plant won't always be exposed to daylight, but hopefully it'll be exposed enough. This doesn't surprise me, because we were chopping away some things, and the temperature, yeah, is occasionally getting warm enough that the polluted ice is melting. But hopefully that's fine. And then everything else, oh, there's some more there, actually. I do want to mine it away. Because this area here will now become a dry fit. I suppose I could have put this explicitly on a grate to not worry about it, but we're just going to mop this all over. Oh, these plants are no good. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go and butcher one of these. There's not enough of these guys. Scale growth 69%, 40%. Okay, you're being relocated to the ground. Maybe I should only have one in here. These plants to keep up. So you're going to get the bristle blossoms. They need light. Or a dust cap. Although I'm assuming a dust cap doesn't want light. Darkness. What about the spindly grub fruit? What was its deal? It's okay. Oxygen. Farm plot. It consumes sulfur. Just me or the spindly grub fruit not require light? Because this says light lux, this one doesn't. The balmy one needs warm temperatures, which we're not set up for. Thimbleroot is an aquatic seed. Okay. So yes, we'll just grow the bristles. Okay. More creature drowning. It's fine. It's fine. Put your mask on. Go to work over here. Did you come all the way down here to put on the mask? And then it shift change. All right, great. Okay, textiles production. We do have access to the textile loom. Station, it is. Now, maybe it needs to be in a fancy room, but what I'm going to do for now is I'm going to put, this is sort of our crafting-y kind of floor. Power fluctuation showing a power shortage? I don't know, but we got another blueprint. Some copper, some water. I'm going to go for copper. Oh, potential load. No, you're fine. Could be, oh, we don't have any power in the batteries. Is what's going on there. That's interesting. Turn load's very low. Okay, we're fine. And then Rhyme doesn't have another level up, and we're just going to sit on those other skills, so that's okay. I mean, I could throw more airflow tiles in here, but my hope was that enough airflow was dropping out of here. You could throw some light in here, too, to increase the efficiency. What I'm going to do is this. We're not sitting on 20 tons of algae or anything, but there's still plenty of the mineable. And yes, we have to deliver the water down here, which is a bit of a hike. There's the algae sitting around there, which is nice. Alright. More room for the CO2 to come down here. I mean, this will probably generate CO2 later. I hope they can keep climbing in one smooth motion. I suppose we could always get rid of the old ladder, but probably okay. That's here, which isn't ideal, but it's fine. Research is going. A little bit of sucrose over here. Cramped. I don't know if I can drown you, so I'm just going to put an attack on that one. I think I'm going to put it on a couple of these guys. Actually, do they drop meat when killed? You can get resin when crack them. Is there something about these guys maybe not giving meat? I don't remember. Maybe it was just in here that you see that they drop meat. Drops meat. They don't. The shine bugs don't drop meat, do they? They just get popped. Okay. Well, keep using it for free lighting. That's fine, I suppose. And I guess with them, what I'll really just want is, from now on, we're going to want... that's not the... I don't want the incubator. I'm going to want an egg cracker. I suppose I can just use this egg cracker. There's no reason to build a duplicate. There you go. From now on, we're cracking shine bug eggs. Oh, speaking of, another one got in here. Oh, no, don't attack. That's right, we don't get meat. Just relocate over there. Although we might want to avoid cramp because it will slow down their ability to reproduce. And at least if we're cracking the eggs all the time, we're not going to end up with overpopulation. Okay. Exosuit overlay. Ooh. Exosuit and related buildings. Atmosuit pattern. Exosuit forge. Forge is a new station. Maybe I should put this one on a different network. I don't think this one's going to be overworked the same way. Okay, textile loom. Snazzy suit warm coat. Okay. I'm not going to bother crafting either one of those at the time. I like that snazzy suits give extra decoration. Maybe putting everyone in a warm coat is a good idea. I don't know. Okay, we can get other sensors. Advanced automation, computing, signal counters. Very cool. Is this game Turing complete? Probably, huh? Okay, all the artwork. The comfy beds, but we still need plastic production before we get there. Clothing refashionator. Ooh, upgrades into primo garb. Communal table. Transit tubes. Allow duplicants to enter the connected transit tube system. Okay, that sounds really cool. This is like the old pneumatic tubes that like banks and shit would use. That's freaking sweet. I don't think we're currently set up for producing the yellow tech. We've unlocked the tech for it. Here, I'll put it in the queue. Right? Because it's the material study terminal, which I don't think we built. Which is at a station? It is. Consumes rad bolts. Okay. All right. We're going to have to figure out the rad bolt thing. Now, again, I don't know exactly how much radiation these guys put out, but in theory, they're a constant supply of rad bolts. I don't remember. Oh, there's radiation category. Emits radiation when powered. Rad bolt generator. Refines radioactive ore to generate rad bolts. And then it outputs at a direction. Does it go through stuff? I'm going to have to build it and just find out. if I tell it to emit to the right, maybe I should put this on a little elevated surface? Only one way to find out. I think this is pointing up, and I don't think I can change it until it's built. Yeah, I know there's missing on the station. We're working on it. I have a feeling I'm going to fire radiation right through this ladder. Aren't I? Okay. I have a feeling that this is going to go terribly badly. Let's build the Radbolt research station right over. It was really big, wasn't it? Ooh, that is awkward. If that's even the way it works. Chlorine gas, coal. I suppose I could breach this area. I don't know. Or I could just move the wall slightly. If I do this, then there'll be enough room. Oh no, it's so wide. And I still have no idea if this is the right way to make it go. I guess I could put it above? Let's find out. Oh, this is gonna go so badly, isn't it? But maybe we can Radbolt straight up and then the tiles. I'm assuming they're nice and cozy. Nice run speed, but then the decor, yeah, and then drywall for the background. Prevent gas and liquid loss in space. And it's got decor as well. Plus 50% run speed. It's 25% for these. Achievement. Reach cycle 100 with at least one living duplicate. Hey! All right, we're going to find out Radbolts. Meanwhile, this is coming along. That's root increase. Rhyme Pendragon. Nice. Athletics. Good. And Rhyme Pendragon, we still want you to XP up a bunch. What are you guys doing? Starving still. Maybe I should go. Oh, you know what? You're elderly. Finish you off. Just leaving us with one. But hopefully you won't starve. That'll regrow and we'll keep getting a little bit of a trickle of this stuff. And we can improve maybe things later. Okay. Select the direction north. Uh-huh. Direction. And no discovered recipe. Oh, refines radioactive ores. Oh. What? Was I miss? Because this generates... emits radiation when powered that can be collected by a Radbolt generator. Manual. Okay, I'd assumed, I think from reading the radiation lamp, I assumed, okay, radiation lamp can create radiation that a Radbolt generator collects. This is a Radbolt generator, so I had assumed that this would collect radiation. But no, this specifically just refines radioactive ores to generate Radbolts. So I'm guessing as soon as I mine out some uranium, that would probably become available. Okay, well, then I suppose I can deconstruct this one and get this stuff back. There's probably some other passive radiation collector. Maybe it's just not something I have unlocked. Well, let's make a radiation research lab. This, okay, we got lead, we got abyssalite. This is going to work out fine. I'm not worried about this at all. Hey, we got our first resin. I mean, I have gone to the rad overlay a few times, and I can see this. And I mean, there's radiation here, which is why I assume that would be a mechanic that works, but I guess not. I guess for the devices we have, we're going to have to eat the uranium. It's fine. It's fine. If I just keep saying it's going to be fine, then it's going to be fine, right? That's how language works. Actually, we're going to assume... Like, part of me is like, hold on, I'm going to use, like, metal tiles made out of lead for this. Uh-huh. Alright. Nice. Those things. Keep those going up. Some berries. We have a little bit of barbecue. We're still making a bunch of lice loaf for now. Oh, there you go. You're sucking up the stuff. Good. You're tamed. Are you preggers? You are. Good. Okay, so we got that system. Meanwhile... Okay, it gets auto-bottled? Ooh, also overpressurized. Although, this is probably also affecting these guys? But the bottle isn't actually decaying, which is interesting. And do I still have... I don't think I have a polluted water unbottler anymore. Though, hang on. Somewhere... Pipe liquid into bottles. Liquid... Bottle drainer. Hang on, I could research this right now, since I'm not set up for the yellow anyway. If I do this, then presumably what I could do is put a polluted water drainer here that pipes into this network, which then gets filtered. Okay, you're actually making a lot of oxygen. Did I wildly overestimate that warning? That's like, oh, these are really efficient. Shouldn't read things. Reading is evil. Better to pluck out your eyes. Still waiting for this to bite me in the ass, but... Oh. Oh, these guys don't have seeds. They should probably just have the meal seeds. And these guys are all seeded and going well. We could really feed ourselves off these berries a lot more. They're all good and fine, yeah? Alright. All organic grow room. Go, go. Schedule, that's good. So output has to be set to natural gas. Good, okay. Okay, we're still waiting on a few things to get graded over here. So we're not going to bother doing the wiring quite yet. Although what maybe I could do preemptively is get ready for the heavy watt joint plate. Can you hook up a heavy watt cable to this door? Because they can't go through doors, but that is a plug spot. I'm assuming the answer is no. No, okay. I mean, I suppose I could do a transformer over here. So I need a heavy watt plate here, here, and here versus building a transformer. Well, they're fairly cheap to build. In which case, I'll put the transformer over on this side. Yeah, then I won't have to build one at all. And then heavy watt to there. And then regular wire. We can automate these doors. I'm assuming they only draw power when they're being used. Because this is actually... Hold on. This is actually turning out to be... Is this... probably bad. Oh, not automation wire. You know what I'll do? I'll only run this first pump first, try to drain that, then deconstruct it, just in case we have some power shortages. Let's see. So those two, that's 480. Plus this one is 600. Which leaves me a 400 watt budget. Which means we could run 3 of these doors could be opening simultaneously to be fine. If all 4 doors are opening, then it could exceed. Oh, no, so we're actually fine. He said with tremendous confidence. Gosh, I hope these doors only use power when they're actually being used. Hee-hee!
Pay attention, there's a new subscriber.
Hey, Petrodice, thank you very much for the sub. Make sure to join us on the Discord. Set up the filter first. Where's this filter? Maybe that was an old message. There's that plant, that's good. This... I'm hesitating so much on that. On the other hand, like, maybe I should let the dupes finish some of these jobs first. This is quite the endeavor going on here. Search complete. Okay, flow redirection. Oh, right, but that was a prereq. We're still looking for this liquid distribution, which still seems like we've got these things going on. Okay. This thing's still terrifying. Delivery of iron ore. Right, which we are out. So, how's the mining up here coming along? I wonder... Oh, it's unreachable, because you don't have headspace. But if I did this, probably it would be reachable. You know, let's just go and prioritize these guys so that our miners will be able to go and do some work. Get around here and do that as well. Okay. Sending people in there, which is fine. Okay. Yeah, so I could put the air purifier. Now that I've got power running down here, because this puts out polluted gas, right? We could also put down, if we're keeping this around, I could put a deodorizer here to try to catch the gas as it comes out. I wonder, would it be better to make it narrow to really increase the chance that we catch it? If I do this and do this, so we can still walk that way, because that'll be droppable. And you need power, but we can do that. Yeah, I guess I will need to use some heavy wall wire here, because this might carry more than the 1K. I'll get connected eventually. Although... this will make it worse for bringing CO2 in here. I could always pipe things over here. Or I could be like, you know what, you've done the work. Probably just one would have been fine, but I really want to accelerate the action so I could get a proper idea of what's going on. I guess the other thing I can do is finish this connection. Oh, right, you don't go through this. Tell you what. Right, you have to deconstruct first. Boy, that's annoying. Is it pine-scented or new car? Yeah, that's a good question. Printable. Sandstone, sure. Definitely don't want any more peeps around. And did Rhyme Pendragon level up yet? No. Exosuit forge. Okay, Atmos suit. It feels like, first of all, I can probably do forever on the repair. And the suit itself, we've got the material. I'll make it out of iron because we do have more of it. I'll order one Atmos suit to be constructed. Eventually, we're going to build an airlock setup over here and go to the surface. Okay, these things are going nuts. I'm going to trim this down a bunch. Of course, because I don't think it's going to be converting that much more over here. I think the polluted oxygen mostly goes up. Maybe I could put maybe if I put an airflow tile over here. CO2 drops too much. I think it'll be okay, because I think the polluted oxygen will mostly go up through here, and we'll try to catch it there. Maybe I could have really done a one tile width, but I don't know. Okay. Oh, did we no, we haven't finished it. Okay. Bottle thingy-mabobber. I ended up putting it there. It's like it's some power, so. Oh, thank you for mining it out. And mine that stuff, please. Oh, you can't use this ladder yet. Okay, that makes sense. Head up. Shoot. Like more iron. Not sure the bombing area is going to grow, but get that done anyway. All right. Several tons of iron ore now. Excellent. So that'll restart the construction. I'll just find out. There we go. This here. I mean, I could even leave the gap, but I mined the gap, so I'm not gonna. Oh, right. You can't. Can't plug directly into a plug with that. Right. Okay. Which I'm sure makes the programming way simpler. But boy, is that ever annoying. Alright, done. Do that, do that. You'll be plugged in there. Okay, this will route some power down to that deodorizer. Technically, it will empower this room as well. Switched to wolframite. That's not how we go. So it's doing that. I'll reclaim some of that later, maybe. Iron ore, okay. Okay. Liquid distribution complete. So what I want... Ooh, wall toilets. Bottle filler, okay, but bottle drainer. And I guess I can build it right on this. All right, let's see how that works. Probably there's the rule you shouldn't connect power strips to power strips. Yeah. I don't know. That sounds like rules for babies. I would feel better building a little diagonal connection over there, so I think they can build diagonal from here. All right, so now I want to say polluted water. There you go. Gets drained in here, which will get drained in there. Lovely. Okay. All right, I don't know what emulsification does, but I'm going to research it because, again, we don't have the yellow set up yet, so I may as well research more things that don't need it. I really want this power to be set up before we go and set up our uranium radiation farm of doom. That was good news. Use iron. Thank you. What was this one? Okay, well, I'll probably just go and do a replacement later. If I do this, I guess it'll overwrite and do the other material. Okay. Maybe I'll just end up doing some of that later. It's paid. It's hitting the spot. Okay. I'm gonna go back to turning off the lice loaf. And just hope that we're getting enough gristleberries. How's the cramp? Oh, you're cramped? Go for a swim. Are you guys cramped? Yeah. Go for a swim. It's fluctuating. Go. That stuff got mined out. Very good. Collecting crap. Oh, you're building a little bit more over there. Guess I could just do that much. Actually, you can already mine that out, but I'll do that just to make sure it looks accessible. Man, it looks like they're falling when they're going down that pipe. I mean, I guess they are, but, you know, falling with style. That's what I think. Up to the left of the algae with an airflow catch. Oh, to catch this one over here. Yeah, I guess, okay, actually, I can get rid of this, because what I was worried about is water flowing freely over here. Now, if I get rid of this CO2 should flow back into here in some way and be captured. But yeah, I was worried about how that polluted water would work. And it seems like it's fine. Right, some of these were constructed with copper. And I'm out of copper. But if I say instead, use iron. In fact, if some of this isn't iron, if it's copper or wolframite, do a little bit of replacement here. I mean, maybe I don't need as much wolframite. Maybe I can actually use it much more freely than I have been. We'll see. Natural gas is pooling in here. Hopefully a lot of that is just going to get recycled. You guys go and finish off this, please. Drill here is waiting for stuff. Oh, for the repair. Oh! Okay, maybe I want to turn this off, because otherwise I keep getting the warning about it. Okay. Can I get this to not hop around? Some of these are still looking for copper. But does that not replace a job? Oh, no, it doesn't replace a job in progress. It replaces something if it was already built. That of iron, please. Okay. No actual construction is now complaining about stuff. That's good. Skin too low to drop. That dropped a lot. Jeebus. Because the research here. We've got this. We could even set up a little pumping thing just to keep things in there if we wanted to. what's the thing this creates from the gristle? It's just called, right, from bristleberry to gristleberry, which I'll never remember those names. It's not great food, but it'll do. We've got a few other water pools that I can access, but it's so weird that there's not, like, an obvious closed cycle, because, like, what we should be doing is we should be sitting on more polluted water than we know what to do with. Or a very humid environment with condensation dripping everywhere, but that's not how this game works. Which is fine. What happened to my UI? I'm guessing there's some sort of screenshot mode key. That I don't know about. You know what the hotkey is? If that happens again, clearly hitting escape gets you out of it, which is nice. Alt S. How the hell did I hit Alt S? Honestly confused. Bottle bottler. People should be picking up these polluted water, dropping it off in there from time to time. So then get processed. Right, an emulsifier. Okay. I'll just toggle those. Atmos food checkpoint. Okay, we'll be using those. Furniture, mechanical surfboard, which is a fun event. It takes more water. Okay. Refinement, emulsifier. Needs refined metal and glassy. Well, I'm assuming that's something we're going to be making out of sand. Possibly after we do terrible things with the uranium. Okay, wiring's happening. These things are now being powered, which is great. New printables. Gold amalgam. 2 tons of gold. All right. That's something else we can refine into fancy metals. Power, which is just needing iron ore, which is fine. Just takes a little extra work to go through there. Okay. We're nearly ready to go on our natural gas generator. Golden them there, printables. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing a board game today. It's been a long time. And I would love to do that. I'll try to remember at 3 to consider switching over to some board gaming. I haven't played some Seven Wonders in ages. Still think playing Distilled would be fun, but it's a little bit long and needs more explanation. Oh, we could do a giant game of Formula Day. A Formula bullshit. How many people can play in Heat? Formula Day is nice because we can play 10 people. I don't know how many people we can play in Heat. It's lower on the bullshit index. Not free of bullshit, but lower on it. We'll play it on all the stereo jacks. Yeah, you need that. Otherwise, obviously, you won't be able to listen to your music properly. You'll be like, what is she saying? Snake it off? Wank space? Okay, that would be a very different kind of song. Yep, I'm still here for all the Taylor Swift references. Oh! I went to see the Hades musical. Not a live performance, the sort of recording thing. We went to see it last night. Essentia, Kiss for Luck, and I. It was a hoot. I mean, I'm not feeling like a strong urge to, like, rewatch it immediately like I did with, like, Hamilton or something, but that was a good musical. There's some subtle political messages in there. Formula Day was fun last night. I mean, Formula Day is fine as long as people are ready for, like, sometimes the game is just bullshit. Which, honestly, if you've ever watched Formula 1, is an accurate representation of how things go sometimes. All right, there we go. This pump is now working. So we are now pumping natural gas, in theory, into here. Let's go into ventilation. Empty, because I guess there's no consumer yet, presumably. I'll keep building this. I'm in sandstone mode, right? Maybe I want to leave this in case I want to pipe more oxygen. Well, you know what? If that should happen, what I can do is disconnect this, make sure it gets drained of all natural gas, then pump the oxygen down. Okay, so for simplicity, I'm just going to do this. Will you have an output? Of what? CO2? Also fluted water. But I think I can just pump the CO2 directly out here. I mean, I could pump it back to over here, or what I can do is just put a little algae plant in here. I'm thinking, you know, maybe I should put a little algae thing next to these guys. I put a little oxygen pump, but maybe the algae thing would have been better. Or I could put it down here because the CO2 tends to drain. Maybe I'll just do that actually in a second. I'm sure this is fine. At the very least, what I could do is I can just move this. I suppose there's no reason for me to have water here other than we need somewhere to be able to pick up some water for our experiments, and ideally need it a bit clean. So I might just end up moving it down here. Right, people can walk across this. Probably want a ladder actually to be able to reach down here. So what I'm going to do is do that. Mind that. We'll put it there. So gas output. This. Okay. Okay, I think it's immediately melting the liquid, which is fine. And I think it able to run for a tick because it outputted into the pipe, but the pipe doesn't actually have an output until this is done. So it'll melt a little bit more of the ice. Someone just come and finish this. You're driving me crazy. I know there's no breathable air down there. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just melting all the loose little ice that's sitting around here. It does say something about putting out dirty water, polluted water. But I'm assuming it's going to be bottles like the other one. If it doesn't, like, if it... Where's the indicator? Polluted water. Polluted water. So there's nothing here that tells us how it's going to output the particular material. Okay. I guess I could have just gone and broken a connection. Why does it not communicate? Why is this game so bad at communicating things to you? Okay, but annoyingly, it's not a pipe. Or is it? If I go into plumbing mode, would it actually show me? No. All right. I wonder if I just put one mesh, right, that I want to use? Yeah. I don't know how this is lined up. Okay, so I'm assuming I'm going to build two. And then if I just carve a pit here, I mean, it might freeze. And then, I don't know, we can go and carry it up here. Or I can build a pit, and if it doesn't freeze, I can pipe it up, which does sound like a bit of a pain in the butt, but it's fine. For now, I'm just going to go into, I'm going to dig a pit. rather not lose any sleetweed. Although I might just have to accept that this one is lost. So what I'm going to do is dig like this. We might end up going wider later. Tell you what, I'll go ahead and just do this. Build a little reservoir, and we're going to see how this goes. Because if this freezes, I wonder if it's going to freeze to little chunklets like this, or freeze into cubes. I'm guessing eventually it'll be liquid water that'll probably turn into the solids, but does it need to reach a certain critical mass of it first? I don't know. We'll find out! Okay. This is available. Right, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, and I'm going to put it... I guess ultimately we will want it one lower, which should be fine. Might get their feet a little bit wet, but it'll be okay, and then I'll do this, which might give them a little bit more room too. I think they'll still use this one because it'll be closer. And then we might just be happy with this. I suppose they're still dumping ice in here from time to time. Do I have a polluted ice one? I don't think I do. I think we dabbled with a few different ideas. Oh, this is just getting more and more water here. Oh! This bottle emptier for polluted water. I'm going to deconstruct that. Right, because we're going to be using this instead for our water. Okay, good. Let's say off. Water bottle off. Duplicates may not specifically fetch liquid from bottling stations to bring to this location. Oh, okay. If I had an auto bottler somewhere, we could end up with a bit of a loop where we bottle some polluted water, it gets dropped off here and do this, which doesn't happen right now. Oh, there's the enable. Okay. I suppose if we were bottling dirty water for some reason, as like a quick way to like... We could put a pitcher pump, say here, to bottle this stuff and then dump it there. If enabled, duplicates will deliver bottled liquid directly from these sources. Bottle filler, pitcher pump. Okay, so right now they would only do loose bottles. Okay, I mean, I don't think I've got a source, but it is interesting. I could go and drain this. There's no reason for me to keep this around, actually. So you know what? I think it feels like a fairly swell idea for us to do this, put the thing there, bottle this piss water, drop it over here. Okay. Meanwhile, I think I can turn this back on. Anyone walking over here might get rained on a little bit. So, do we now have an infinite source of water? Because this keeps pumping out natural gas, which keeps pumping out polluted water. Huh. Might need some jackets for people. I'm happy I put the 2 mesh tiles. It looks like it's mostly going through here. And maybe one was enough, but... Locked. I think that's okay. It's just because it's not consuming all the natural gas it could. Okay, well. Load, 2K, potential load. Part of me's thinking about just slapping down a second one here? One tile is enough, but the art makes it unobvious. Okay, so they're grabbing the polluted ice. I can't remember. What am I doing with the polluted ice again? Wait, actually, that doesn't... What are you doing with the polluted ice? Oh, that's right. I'm dropping it in here for these guys, which I don't think we're going to do. We're going to do slime only. These guys should be established now. So I'm no longer going to drop polluted water in here. Because the idea with this is like as a way to get rid of it, but we don't need to do that anymore. Instead, leave the ice be. I think they might have dropped some along the way and then it just melted there. Leave the ice be for now. This polluted water will go there, but probably... I wonder if there's a good way to do it in bulk. Probably what we want to do is capture it immediately. So maybe, while it's very convenient to not have to worry about cooling this, now I'm thinking maybe what we would want to do is build this in a non-frozen biome. And just, so that way we can capture the liquid. But I hadn't expected this. Oh, hey, Potato. No Potato this stream, rating in Destiny. Oh, you know, I've never played the Destiny games. Didn't one of them shut down? Like Destiny 2 shut down or something? Am I getting confused? I don't know. But I mean, for my feel is that since I enjoy Warframe, I think I would also kind of dig Destiny. You know, sort of grindy looter shooter kind of vibe. I mean, for now, I'm kind of okay with just letting all the polluted ice just be polluted ice for now. Because it's not like it's going away. But yeah, instead of doing this, I'm thinking what we do is we just dig out this area and we make our natural gas production over here. So I need to pipe the natural gas up, but that actually wouldn't represent that much of a difficulty. Okay, but I said the next thing I was going to do was going to be the uranium stuff. How bad is this radiation? Barely safe. Mostly safe. It's fine. Fine. Not great, but it's not terrible. Okay, I'll mine out a little chunk and then see what happens. Maybe our people will grow extra limbs is all. Oh, man. Oops. Paused. I'll probably do another power transformer setup. Just using the wires here because it's cheaper in terms of material. And then it can pass through doors and stuff. Okay, I'm going to assume we're going to want some flooring under all this. Probably some sort of blast doors. We might need some oxygen production, or... Well, we are pumping oxygen. I could just drop some oxygen in here from our oxygen vent. Maybe what I'll do is I'll do another oxygen sort of chamber over here. Just whoosh. Oh, new printables. Man, they do come a lot quicker. Curative tablets for food poisoning or Joya seed. We'll get some of the tablets. This might be something we need the hospital for. Prime Pan Dragon's got another skill up. Good. Improved carrying 2. One more level up and we can get our mechatronics. Pump CO2 into the vacuum. I mean, that's the thing, although then we'd really be losing our resources, right? We're going to put a mechanized airlock right over here. I could do the double airlock, but as has been pointed out, like it's still not a perfect thing unless you do funny tricks with liquid or something. I don't know. An airlock is going to be fine. I mean, worst case scenario, some oxygen leaks out of here into the main base. I suppose I could temporarily put down an algae terrarium in this room. Because it's not just about pumping some oxygen in here, it's also about maybe getting rid of some of the CO2. Can you do it by the door or down here? I'm gonna do it deeper in. I'm going to pressurize from here. Right here in the middle. And then I'm gonna want a gas vent. Here. Maybe I do want to go a little further, just so it's not maximum pressure right by the door. I'll go a little bit in. And then this gas vent, actually what I'm going to do is just say, make sure to get this door and stuff. It'll do that one piece of vent as well. But prioritize constructing this. And then, you know what, at a 6, finish the floors and ceilings. There you go. So that this is actually airtight. Okay. So, I guess I could just pop some of the decoration and stuff. Because again, we don't need the yellow tech for this stuff, so we'll get that started. That's there. Oh, this is going to pump this. And I will go and turn on the... Oh, it's enabled right now. Okay, good. So, pitcher pumps will do it. So people will presumably pump the poop water and then put it there. Critter starvation for a second. Might have been this guy again. I don't know. We got so many light bulb critters. But again, their reproduction rate will go down because they're cramped. I might want to trim... Closely related to grub bugs. How closely related to grub bugs are you? Or Sweetles, is what I meant to say. Is this just the evolved form? Also, I didn't realize they both had bling. Oh! When they're tamed, do they get a tag? Oh my god, you've got it too! And all these guys! So they do feed on sulfur. Oh, they also feed on sucrose. And these guys poop out sucrose. I don't think I want the grub bug to consume the sucrose that the Sweetles are producing. So I think you're going to get harvested for meat. You create mud. Unless I want this ecosystem. Do I want mud? So if you heat it up, you get steam and dirt. Sure. A sludge press will do dirt and water. Huh. You guys... Why are we getting the polluted oxygen in here? We should clean it out, I guess, by putting down a deodorizer there temporarily. Huh. Do we have a little circle of life over here? Really interesting. All right. Sound effect on this is crazy. Burp, 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 burp. Nope, can start to mop over here. Little floating agents of... I give them all my dupes freaking... sickle cell anemia? Kind of stuff. I mean, obviously cancers and stuff. What do you get from, like, radiation exposure? I feel like that's one of them. Jeez. Feels unsafe, but alright. Alright. Our irradiated room is nearly done. Let me do that, because it'll look better. It's also theoretically a cool... Like, is the uranium just naturally cold? Doesn't make any sense. But, like, it was a cold spot on the map. Count. I mean, their rates are going to go down, but for now, the lighting here is insanely good. So, bristleberries. Okay. I think, were we feeding one of our guys bristles? Or if I just search berry, both of them should come up. Bristle and, yeah, no, they're not being put in here. And over here? No, just sulfur? Okay, good. Critter starvation. Oh, it goes. He comes and goes. I think it might be one of these guys over here. Oh, an egg. Okay, this is looking good. So this is going to get done at some point. Now we're going to start pumping some oxygen in here. I mean, it's already getting oxygen from the terrarium, but we'll also be providing this. Oh, do I want the little logic thing? Yes, because I forgot. Otherwise, it'll overpressure. So I want to build a copy of you. And then automation, wire. Oh, there we go. So you don't overpressurize this room and give people ear popping. Like, is the natural gas, like, is it really a source of infinite power and infinite water? It seems so wrong. It seems so wrong. Erupt in poor form. It doesn't, I'm assuming there's something not right with that, and it's going to come and bite me in the butt at some point. Oh, you're having not constant light exposure over here, which does actually make a fair amount of sense. It might not be worth maintaining you. Yeah, I'm gonna uproot you, and I'll end up maybe replacing you with a regular tile, or I can grow something else there. But I'm just worried we're gonna be spending resources, and you're not getting light exposure enough. You don't believe in the laws of thermodynamics here? I mean, there's stuff coming in. Like, you know, there's some sort of resource over here. It makes sense that, you know, it just keeps adding to the system. It's not a closed system. All right, research complete. Oh, yes, home luxuries. Right, and I was just picking up some more... just more stuff that I don't need advanced tech for. Maybe we'll start doing decoration at some point. All right. Red signal. Right, because the pressure is too high. It's not oxygen here, but that's fine. That's what this is for, to convert to oxygen, and that'll pump some in if there's not enough pressure. I mean, I could alleviate this. I could change this number right now to force some oxygen in here, but it's happening regardless, so I think we're okay. Well, for different values of okay. Did the radiation spike now? No, it's still good. Okay. So I have some lead. I have some uranium ore. Highly radioactive. Can refine and fuel for research reactors. Now, I'm assuming that this is a really shitty-ass, inefficient version of things. And I still think that I probably have to line this up. Okay, I need some refined metals. That's fine. We're going to come over here and just say... I mean, I got the gold now, too. But let's just go and... Oh, iron to steel. Iron to steel? Needs 2 more ingredients. Okay, anyway. Go, make me some iron ore, please. And we're fashioning area. We're not going to do that right now. That's fine. Materials. And yeah, I'll probably move the natural gas up here. A little surprised about how it works, but sure. Do we have... Oh, no, we still have 1 hatch, although... not for long, and it's going to be all sage hatches now. Also, I got another shine bug in here. Just causing crampness. We'll only have the sage ones. Oh, is that their little pooping animation? So now we're going to get more coal more efficiently. we go. Bristleberries and that. Okay, so I'm going to turn off... Oh, yeah, I forgot. I already turned off the Life's Loaf Cooper. Cooper-o-matic. Interesting. This one's setting the signal, but I guess here there's not enough gas. And in here, I guess you're over-pressurizing for a second. Yeah. In that moment, it's over-pressurizing slightly and then working itself out. Okay. So yeah, uranium ore to rad bolts and depleted uranium. Okay. I'm still waiting on my iron. Man, you guys are slow. X gas tends to lead to overpressure. Yeah. Makes sense. It's fair. Like, I can see how the mechanics work. I guess I could just attack more of these random critters from time to time for some meat. Really? Still? You haven't finished that second dose of this stuff yet? Man, these people are slow. Oh, do they not illuminate at night, or are they too crowded? Is it a day-night cycle? Yeah, I'm cracking your eggs, right? Yes. Some of them are sun ones, which I think are more potent. I don't know if it clearly... What's your lux? Oh, coral. Wow. Yeah, it's dark now. What's full of fluorescence? Oh yeah, from the flowers. I mean, it's obviously dark. When happy. Ah, when happy. There it is. That's what I'm looking for right there. Okay, so they're just too crowded. Well, we got a solution for that. Is there dragon attack key? I don't know, but I'm gonna go for... I'm gonna try to avoid the sun bugs, which I can't really... They look pretty identical to me. That's a sun bug, that's a shine bug. Alright, let's call the population. That's what I was assuming. I was assuming that the crowded and cramped was hurting their happiness or something and was preventing them from working. Mood glum, but you'll probably get better. Feeling down, needs aren't being met. You are currently excited. You're tame. You ate from a freezer or a feeder. Happiness -1. Now that you're not cramped, will your height... Okay, you're now shining. Good, 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 good. Okay. Okay, that seems very important. Rotation. I can't rotate you. I don't know how these rad bolts transfer. Like, maybe I really would have wanted the machine there, blasting there. Let's find out. What happens if a duplicate is sitting here and going to work? Are they going to get blasted through the head while they research? And if so, do we just find that funny? Right, and then you're going to be blasting that way. Into there. Right through someone's head. I have to try it one time for science. Because if it doesn't hurt our people, then we've got more flexibility about how we construct things. I assume it's not going to be great for them, but you know, let's see. If I get any solid ice, I'll just store it here and let it drip down. Okay, fine arts is done. Sure. Okay, critter starvation. Oh, it's this puff. Are we not generating enough slime for you? I could go and mine out some more slime, but you know what? If you end up starving, I don't think it's the end of the world. We can always get more. Oh, we can't reach there. Suppose that makes sense. So you store rad bolts. Okay. We're about to find out some exciting stuff. Ooh, new printables. What you got for me? Salt water. Ooh, omelets. Let's just go the omelets. All right. So I'm going to activate uranium ore to rad bolts and depleted uranium. Forever? Do one notch for a moment here. Before I turn you on to infinity mode. No, our mess hall doesn't have enough tables for everyone. We'll probably do something about that, but... Okay, so you're actively working. Your upper arm day. Well, that would be killer on the shoulders here. Of oxygen. We're working on it. Okay. Wonder how bad it is to get shot in that head. Waiting rad bolts. You actually need 100? Alright, well. Put a little forever job on there. You know what? I should maybe... Should I do one dose that shoots up and see if it goes through floors? Sort of a waste, but... This just keeps going. I gotta know, actually. Does it go through stuff? So this is gonna be a waste of some uranium, annoyingly. I guess I could have built it further and built just a wall between it and then seen what happens. But it still might have wasted a bolt if it hits the wall and then, like, dies out. There's no information on just Radbolt. Alright, I'm gonna ask. You can spoil this for me since there's no information in the game, which is weird. Can a Radbolt go through things? Yes or no? It doesn't go through solids. Okay. Alright, is Luke about to get shot in the head? Oh, no, he's gonna dodge it. I guess I could tell you to move back. Really? I'm also curious about that. I'm guessing there's probably going to be some sort of like Radbolt redirection thing at some point. Like mirrors or some sort of extra special piping. Guess I could have built mesh floor here to help get the garbage out of this area, but... It doesn't have that yet. We do have someone with the research, right? Is Martin here? Yeah, got the full research level. So at some point, Martin's going to come down here to work on that. In which case, I guess I should flip this now. So I was going to go... Ooh. Oh, see, Radbolt containment. Stores Radbolt in a high energy state, ready for transport. Uh-huh. There's the rad bolt generator. Attracts nearby radiation to generate rad bolts. I guess this would have been the thing to build in the room with the critters. Maybe I should have just gone to that immediately. But we do have some uranium. Joint plates. Receive rad bolts from rad bolt generators and direct them through walls. All other materials and elements will be blocked from passage. And then the reflectors. Okay. But where were those pneumatic tubes? If I just search for tube? Wait. Oh. That's the one. That's the one I was looking at. Fully features to remove duplicates around the base. Okay. Now that we're producing the yellow science, or we will. Although, again, Martin might be getting shot in the head by radiation bolts. It's a fun surprise that we're going to discover later. Radiation lamps produce radiation from electricity. So I could have done a tiny loop here, powering the radiation lamp to fling rad bolts into this, I think. I think that would have been an option. Wonder how badly irradiated you're getting. I mean, so far you're fine. Do you have a, like, radiation exposure? Absorbed rad doses, 5.25 rads, which is going up. So, I mean, maybe I should put this generator further away so that you're not standing next to the uranium while it's going on, but I'm sure it's fine. Okay, Martin might be about to get shot in the head. So, going to normal speed. Okay. 0.27 doses. Well, you didn't get any more rads, but I think it did waste the bolt. Okay. Let's put a little pause on this for a second. So if I'd want to do this safely, I'd almost want to do it from above shooting down or from below shooting up. I mean, that could still catch someone while they're crossing. But at least it won't hit Martin while he's actively working. The safest might be from above. Wait. This needs to be on something to work. And I currently don't have the thing that lets things pass through. So I think I actually have to do it from below. Although this needs to be on a surface to work. Fuck, do I have to do it from the side? I guess. It'll still mean that the work site is clear. Oh, a shooter down would hit the lever puller pawn too. Possibly true, yeah. Oh. No. Right, there are diagonals. Oh, hold on. I could build this on ground level and diagonally shoot down at it. Okay. I think I still want it over here because I can't rotate this building. But there you go. I can put it here, shoot diagonally down to there. Pretty rare chance that someone will get hit in the head. Not impossible. I guess I could force people to access the room from the right all the time. But it's probably going to be a low enough problem that I will not worry about it. Did you read the entry explaining rad bolts? Oh, yeah, I absolutely. Hold on, let me do that. Rad bolts. In this case, I'm not missing it, right? There's not an entry for rad bolts. There's an entry for stuff that uses rad bolts. But I don't think we get an entry that explains fucking rad bolts. It's, again, a weird omission. It would be really nice to have an entry that tells us what a rad bolt is. At first I thought it was a thing. And I realized, no, okay, they just, yeah, all right. So weird. I mean, there was, like, you know, you did get, like, tutorials that come up, like, the first time you encounter radiation. There might have been one for rad bolts, but if there was, presumably it would also be in here? I don't know. If I do that and then do that, that'll shoot into there. Okay. Yeah, most of the tutorial videos aren't useful. I'm not gonna like randomly watch every tutorial video. Is there a way to reload the tutorial videos? Because that would be handy. You know, it would be a great place to find that sort of thing in the database. If you could look up rad bolts and then see a little animation about it. Maybe there's a radiation tutorial? Building radiation. Nope. Systems radiation. Maybe? Still weird that there's not a rad bolt entry though. There's the tutorial. Tips tutorial radiation. No, that's not the video tutorial. I gotta try to use this book. Yeah, we're building it. Try to use the book. It's just that half the time it doesn't have the information I want. Okay, now here's another thing. What happens... Like, maybe 100 rad bolts is hard to get, but what if this is full? And then this keeps chooching. And then we're just wasting uranium? I'm guessing there's probably some automation available. Input. Output. Yeah, okay. So what I want to do is automation wire. Like that. This is going to send a red signal. No, wait. It sends a green signal when the storage is full. I need a not. Don't I? Oh, did I never unlock the knots? I might not have ever unlocked the knot thing. Okay, we'll maybe do that next. Yeah, that is the inverse from what I was expecting, but okay. But then I could probably have this set to forever. So the idea is if this is not full, trigger the rad bolt generator. Figure out what to do with depleted uranium at some point. I mean, maybe I could mine out the rest of the uranium ore and it'd be fine, but I don't know. Okay. Calorie is going down, but... I think it's mostly because these guys aren't really running well. Like gas sources, huh? Maybe it's just all settling here from in the rest of the base. Actually, does the terrarium have a temperature range that it's happy with? Looks like the answer is no. It feels like one thing we could do is put a terrarium over here to consume the CO2 that's producing over this. Although, would the water inside freeze? Like, it feels like it shouldn't work. I mean, it overheats at 75, but I don't see a min temperature, which is sort of what I expect. Like, you have to run it above 0. But it has to get water delivered. Maybe the water gets delivered and then freezes instantly? Let's find out. You want one or more gas flow tiles in the flow of your radiation room to let the CO2 out. Yeah, well, we're trying to convert the CO2 into oxygen here. And then otherwise, we're just going to keep it popped off. Like, this might actually run idle a lot, which is fine. It's a higher pressure area, but this is going to be okay. Other than maybe the mixed gas causing a little bit of temporary overpressure from time to time over here, this seems to be working fine. So, oh right, these things use water, right? That was one of the things, these oxygen generators. So I'm thinking we get rid of the oxygen diffuser. This is completely empty now. Okay. Oh, I'll get rid of this carbon skimmer as well. I sort of built it to maybe handle CO2 stuff, but although it was pumping dirty water back in here, which is starting to fill up. Oh! Oh, that's interesting. As soon as this automation cable exists, just get rid of that one, then it implicitly carries a low signal, a red signal, and is turning that off. There we go. Okay. Build an empty wire, defaults red. Yeah. Which, sure. I mean, in actual electronics, a wire that's not connected to ground or to the voltage source is like floating and kind of undefined and probably wouldn't do anything. But sure, okay. All right, so there you go. So this is now rad bolting up. We're going to do some research from time to time. Okie dokie. I think it uses 5 grams per dose. Oh, 1 kilogram per go. Okay, so this actually can create a lot of rad bolts as is. All right. Yeah, stand over there, far away from where the radiation's coming in, please. I'm wondering if, while someone is literally walking through this tile, if maybe they could still get whacked by a rad bolt. But at least it's fairly rare. And maybe the input here takes precedent over a dupe's head. That is always possible. Jeez, the exercise routine. Actually, I wonder if I should prioritize the knot loop before this one. You know what? Actually, I do. Here's our knot gate. Just because I don't want to have to babysit this, and I'm worried about it overproducing things. I can let this keep going for now and pre-store a few rad bolts. But yeah, we'll get the knot gate, and then we'll be able to avoid babysitting this. Actually, you might have enough stored up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go right back to the automation. I will reconnect that. And actually, what I'm going to do is get rid of that, because I'm going to want to put the knot gate in a more visible location, I think. So the assumption is going to be I'm going to route over here, and we'll probably put the knot right there. All right. See how she goes. Floating wire, do all kind of fun things on a circuit. Yeah. That's what you always want. A little bit of unstable voltage in your circuitry. Always leads to extra fun times. So I'm thinking I should probably excavate the area that's going to be our natural gas production area, which in theory only needs to be 3 tiles tall. Though if I'm going to crunch them next to each other, I could have each one of them have their own output gas vent. I could also have little algae terrariums between each one. Like I could do this. Maybe I could build them in sort of pairs like this, and have them both off vent into this right on top of algae terrarium. I don't know if it'll fight for gas pressure or maybe the oxygen will vent out the sides. I don't know. And then they both need they both need the drippy things into a pool, which I could drip into this, keep this Paku happy. Although this would continue to grow, we'd probably want to pump like at an elevated area, even if we kept this around. Although it would expose a lot of polluted oxygen if it wasn't locked in. Well, at the very least, I think it's safe to go and be like, all right, well, we're going to dig out some area over here, and we will do some sort of thing with it. Actually, I should probably just continue this here. So, boom, boom, boom. That neutronium. We've got some neutronium under here. I don't know if there's any random shit. That's interesting. Does this mean there's another vent buried here? I'm sure if we dig up this area, nothing terrible is going to happen to us, right? I'm surprised how non-deadly this has turned out to be. But I'll take it. Probably plan this and then... I don't know how big the knot thing is. It might be 2 tiles wide or whatever. I don't know where the inputs and outputs will be, but the research is nearly done. Research complete. So, automation. Cycle, that's time, sensor. Gas element is cool. Liquid element, very cool. Oh, there's our weight plate. I don't know what we're going to do with that, but... like that. I'm not get a tooltip explaining, but the output. Wait. Well, no, this must be the input because this would only have an input. Oh, there says input. Oh, maybe because it's not built yet, and that's an output. Okay, and that's the in. So like this. Taking in a red, putting out a green, which is going to make this turned on now. Good. Okay. I think we got it. Oh, is there a legend when... Someone's trapped. Okay, hold on a second. Pause. When I'm building here... Oh, there. Thank you. Ribbon import board. Oh, yeah, because there's more things. Well, just dig! Just dig! Wait, you're not trapped. Why were you thinking you were trapped? Right, so... Any chance I'm going to be able to spot that thing that I've been researching? Oh, Lord, there it is. Ends of tubes. What does lead to? Personal flight. If duplicates the gift of walk-free commute. Jet suits. Okay, we need orange tech for it, though. All right. You can't reach the rest of the base is what's going on. All right. All right, Rempren Dragon. We'll get you back. Oh, new printables. Well, I don't know. Well, we'll get one. It'll be our first oxyfern seed. That sounds promising. Oxyfern has highest metabolism in the plant kingdom with relatively large amounts of carbon dioxide converted into oxygen. Okay. Carbon dioxide, supply of CO2. 0 to 40. This seems very easy. I guess it still creates a microscopic trace amount of carbon dioxide. Dirt plus CO2 plus water equals oxygen. Okay. Huh. This one can keep scrubbing that. There's not enough oxygen in that tile. Why do you have light wounds from? What hurt you? Contact, allergens. We need a combat log. Did he shoot himself in the head? I guess he shot himself while trying to get the next dose of uranium? Why are these people so stupid? Why are they so stupid? Hey, we have a little medicine. It might be time for a hospital. Let's scrub this out. Say something. Maybe you need a planter pot for this? Yeah. Does it say what it grows in? No, it grows in a farm plot. Hey, what? Get rid of you. So I can grow you down here. It's actually surprisingly warm. And I don't think it said anything about needing light. I'm worried about, like, ruining my only one of these seeds. I mean, right under the cold. Actually, you're right. This whole area here is going to be a great source of constant CO2. So it's also got a few other things going on. Currently idle, because the power draw is enough that just this one natural gas generator. And I think I'm going to rebuild the natural gas generators over here, too. I mean, actually, some CO2 is going to be pooling down here regardless. But yeah, if it's just... I might want to do some pumping stuff. Almost guarantee that it's coming in. Okay, I don't... No, the doors didn't interrupt your flow. Still keep not growing the meal ice properly. Although we do have a bunch. How are these guys going? They're going okay. Research is happening. Seeds won't be destroyed even if the plant dies? Really? I mean, presumably there's going to be other ways to get more. Look at these guys. Do we have any regular hatches? I don't know that we do. So I think we're going to give a bath to our first sage. Oh, these guys are really crowded. Because cramped is when they're full of, including eggs. And crowded is when they're full properly. Still have our one little critter in there that we're shaving from time to time. Good. Okay. And in theory, I did build one of these suits. I'm still curious about doing the airlock thing up here. So I kind of want to do that. Liquid carbon dioxide. Okay. Get rid of those ladders. And there's no way to avoid piercing the abyss light. Get a couple of mechanized airlocks over here. Mine this from the other side right here. That. I guess I don't need to do this part. Although what I might need is a temporary ladder set up so that we can reach the ceiling here. Now that I think about it. Maybe? Maybe? Something like that. How do we get another shine bug down here? Why do these stupid eggs sit around? Also, these guys are probably getting cranky. It's okay, we have a solution for that. I'm not going to be fussy about which ones I pull anymore. Okay, transit tubes are done. Analytics. Synthesizes oxalate using oxygen, small amount of gold. Right. Bleachstone hopper. Salt and gold produce bleachstone. Molecular forge. Process of rare materials into advanced industrial goods. Advanced chemical production. Visco gel. Coolant soda fountain. Ooh. And CO2. Advanced sanitation. Decontamination shower. Oh, and rads as well. Well, there's a bunch of stuff here we didn't touch on. I guess a lot of it was spacey things. All right, the hammer that makes sounds for some reason. Space signal, so automation at range. Honestly, maybe I want to grab more of the rad bolt stuff. So those options are available to us. I don't know. All right, I'd love to get these pipes going. Open thing over here. Maybe I should just have a little drain in the middle. This auction can get up there. But as we keep converting some of the CO2 that's down here into other things, it should leave more room for the chlorine. Should? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, so let's think about... Okay. I'm too curious. I'm too curious. What's going on over here? Things that are almost certainly horrible ideas. What is this? Play? Oh, that's new. Thank you. Sure, it's fine. Sure, it's fine. Yeah, we get the orange signs too, yeah. Oh, that's our data analysis. Right. Okay, I'm going to go the materials stuff here for the radiation first. And meanwhile, this too. Yeah, I guess I should route some power up here. This manual airlock. Okay, I'm going to get rid of it because it does block our fire pole. And we shouldn't need it anymore because we're airlocking over here. So I'm going to do that. Get rid of that. And I'll probably route the high power up over this way. I can actually do it here. This room is not enclosed. So I can run the heavy watt cable up this way. Okay, buried object discovered. What? Gold volcano, 24.7. Vacuum. Okay, that's going to be spicy. I'm assuming... Gold volcano. A large volcano that periodically erupts with molten gold. Geysers and fumaroles emit elements at variable intervals that provide a sustainable source of material or kinetic energy, albeit typically in low volumes. Okay. So this is a constant renewable supply of a metal that we can also refine and use for stuff. That's awesome. I love how there's like molten gold. Wow. Turns into gold gas. Or below 1,000 temp turns into gold. Great. How confident am I in my cooling setup? What could pop? It's fine, right? Okay. G for gold. I don't want to end the run here. I do want to go and poke this. One skills. No, Rhyme doesn't have less skill. This is going to be fine. Don't want to lose this steam, please. All right. Rising pressure. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Maybe I should preemptively route my radiant liquid pipe over here. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to go and smelt down some more stuff. Not lead. I think the lead melts quite a lot faster. Overheat temperature at -20. Adds -20. Ah, okay. So this adds to it. Sure. I don't know what your base overheat temperature is. Change material along the way, but that should be fine. And then try and do that. You'll empty. There you go. Look at me. I'm learning things. It takes a while. Okay. And then if I make sure I'm on the plumbing layer, then when I deconstruct, it's only going to deconstruct the plumbing. Okay. Let's put a little pause on this. And actually, I'm going to yellow alert this. Make sure it gets built rapidly. I mean, if this is really just going to be an infinite supply of gold that doesn't murder us, then it's going to be really good. Pipe, use some copper. Also, a couple more dutes of iron here, please. Check this. Skills, okay. Set the copper with iron. We're waiting for iron, yeah, okay. Two, right. Good. Starvation, that's puffed again, that's fine. Oh, new principle. I'm just checking. Bunch coal. Sounds good to me. Whole situation's actually been kind of fine, I think. I don't think we're using quite as much of this, and we do have some coal generation going on with these Sweetles. Okay, the Guild of Lavatories here before Song 6, yeah. I don't think we're that far from the Gilded Lavatories, because I think it was just the carved stone. What? Bad cat. What's going on? Moderate wounds. Do you keep getting hit in the head? Alright, we will have to go to the hospital here. Which, you know what? I might build it in this area. Sort of a little higher up to get away from the gases. We'd started building one, and then it was like, oh, we actually don't need this right now, but maybe it's time to get back into this. Boom, 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 boom. Is there a healthcare medicine? So the apothecary makes the medicine, which you don't really need. But okay, I'll plop that down, then a sick bay. Administer basic treatments. We do have a couple of pills, and then a disease clinic. That's what we're looking for. Maybe a triage. Accelerates health restoration and healing of physical injuries. Maybe I should have a wash basin coming in and out of here. Yeah, literally both directions in this case, I think. Although it means we'll have to get some plumbing here. Unless... Wait, this is the one you bring water to. The sink is the plumbed one. Though... we might want water up there. I don't know. Let's do a wash basin. I don't think it's going to be a high traffic area, so I don't think that it'll have to be refilled continuously. And then, how big of a hospital can you support? Hospital can be up to 96 tiles, which does seem to be the pretty normal number. Oh shit. We could actually go this big for the hospital. So this is going to be a valid hospital room in theory. Medical equipment. Oh, it needs a toilet. And a dining table? You know what? We're going to bring some plumbing up here after all. So I think... this isn't disinfected water. It's water. It's not polluted water, but it's not disinfected water. I'm sure that's fine, right? Maybe I'll have a pair of sinks, because I'll drag this all the way back here. We'll put the lavatory back there, and a sink next to it, but I'm going to put another sink in here. People wash their hands coming in and out of the hospital. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It's under health. Sink. And then... maybe that one's under plumbing. Right, and then we've got to export the dirty water. Which... I guess I could bring down on the opposite side. I'm just worried if I decide to do the pneumatic thing, I'm worried that the pipes will conflict with it. Maybe it's fine. But I don't know. Here's the dirty water here. So I think what's going to happen is I'm just going to plan to route the water... okay, I'll just do this. And then there we go. Connect up to the dirty water over here somehow. Out of there so we can reach over. Okie dokie. This is going again. It's a little warm, but it'll get there. Oh, keep that water flowing. There's remarkably full. But no, you're fine. Oh, right. Right, that was the bypass in case the water that's going directly down here is water that's already cold enough. No, it's because this is backlogged. I mean, this is chooching as fast as it can. There's... Okay. If I want to prioritize... Well, I don't know how to prioritize the inputs. I know how to prioritize the outputs with these pipes and those tricks. But over here, how do I say I want the water flowing from this to have priority over the water flowing from this? Yeah, I don't think the liquid bridge we figured out was that. Bridge linking up to the main loop. How does the bridge output work? If I had... So, I have to do a little testing here. Because here's what we learned maybe last stream. Right, this is the input. If I have a pipe that's going like this, it's going to prioritize sending things through the bridge rather than here. But what I wonder about, is there any chance the opposite is true? Let's say I have water flowing through here. Will it prioritize this? Like if my loop from my cooler, right? I want this, and this is just the loop back, which I would prefer this to stall out. I want this route to stall out. I want this route to have priority. I don't know if this will work. This will work? What is in the pipe has priority over output. Okay, so the pipe mechanics work on both ends. So, I wonder if I should do a temporary little disconnect over here. And then deconstruct everything. I think that's what's going to happen. Also, you know what? Disconnect from here. So I think I'm going to deconstruct that radiant pipe, because I think the radiant pipe being in the wall does nothing for us. And this pipe work here is fine. Alright, so these pipes will empty. Okay. Let me clear all this out here for a second. And yeah, that one because it's in the wall, and that one there. Okay. Construction area not much. Should be coming here and clearing this up pretty soon. You're good there, you're good there. Okay. Gotta get through the shift. Hopefully it doesn't overheat. I think I'm probably going to end up rebuilding some of the pipes the way they were. Actually, I'm actually thinking this liquid bridge here can probably stay. Because we want this to have priority if it wants water. So we're going to want to still route through there. So that's going to be fine. Okay, yeah. Do I have to undo priority on these things? I really didn't think it would have a lot of conflict, but... Come over here. Okay, someone's already on their way. I think it would have been fine. Oh, apparently we didn't actually empty all the pipes. My bad. Okay, and then let's stick on the plumbing overlay. Let's loop back. This is where the water, the high priority water is, because this is the one that's coming from our coolant system. We want this to have absolute priority. So what I'm thinking is I do a liquid bridge like this, and then liquid pipe this way. So if I do that, is it going to prioritize emptying this pipe, which means it's going to be prioritizing emptying from this. And only when there's nothing coming from my coolant system will this loop back become active. That's what I think. And then what I want is I still want to prioritize here. Actually, what I want to do is do that because we want some radiant pipes over here. Like this, like this, like this. So this will thirstily grab things first. And then we'll go into the rest of the coolant loop. Pink. I've never been wrong about anything before in my entire life, so this is probably true. Unit's back pretty soon. Opposite. That's saying, or did I wire one of these? Did I wire it backwards? Let's see. Let's see. Maybe the priority actually goes here and then this one gets delayed, but let's... Oh, I think this one's pulling, which is... I don't think there's anything giving a pull here. I mean, there is this one. I might need to throw an extra bridge here just to force direction. All right, so output from here. It should be pulled here, empty here. Pulled into this, empty here. But is this a... I wonder if it's then getting confused about the flow. Maybe I should go and drop a bridge in here just to lock a direction so that things go south. But I am surprised. There's water in here. I don't think I missed a connection here. So I would still sort of expect this to have a pull. I would think that we're being pulled and yoinked from here. This was working before. What did I do differently in this area? Is this not exactly the way I had it before? All right. No. I was gonna say this is an inverted. This is not a bridge. This clearly has a direction. That clearly has a direction. To here. No, all right. I may have to ask for... What the heck am I missing here? Yeah, let me see what happens if I go... If I go and just throw a bridge in here to generate a pull source very close, would that be the fix? I mean, it's just throwing random shit and seeing what sticks, but... Let's see if this will cause the pull to start here. I'm assuming this is going to replace all 3 of these pipes. That is not what happened. But it's also not resulting in a change. Alright. What is it? What is it? It certainly looks like the system should be flowing to me. This isn't full. And even if it was, I would expect it to chooch to here. Disconnect the pipes under the bridge. Well, okay, these. Okay, let's try these, in case that is the issue. What is the issue in this case? It's going to be hard to find. And then... I think I still need to build a bridge here. Actually, I'm wondering, if I had just built a bridge here to enforce this direction, would I have needed this, or would I have alleviated the confusion? I might try and see. So I do need to blow one of these up. I mean, I'm happy that we're actively pumping water down here, but not with this direction. Let this finish. Okay, now what I'm wondering about... Yeah, okay, it's gonna be a little annoying. I'm gonna deconstruct this pipe again. I can't just use a disconnect. I'm gonna see what happens. I'm wondering if all I needed was this. And because if this was causing a redundant pool that was causing some confusion. So, let's see if after this gets recreated, it's only one pipe is needed. Are we going to get this flow going again? And it was just this, that there was a conflict. No! Really? Oh, now it's flowing backwards. Because this is a pool here. Okay. Okay. So, my apologies to my little dupes here who have deconstructed and reconstructed this bit a couple of times, but all gonna be for the best, I promise you. Actually, as soon as this is disconnected, the pool happens again. So yeah, this thing was causing a little conflict on it. There you go. This is flowing. And... so this is... because I think this is set to 14.9. This is green. Oh, pipe's blocked. Shit, no! This isn't doing the... is it the other way around? So when we did the example and people told me, yep, that's exactly it. Were you lying to me and it's actually the exact opposite? Because it's quite clear this pipe is taking priority over this one. It said the bridge draining would take priority. Didn't lie, you'd drawn it the other way before. Didn't I draw it like this and say, I have this, and I have this, and the priority would come from the bridge? And is this not the priority from the bridge? Didn't I draw it like this? Just for the inputs, I had it drawn the other way around. Bridge input takes priority, but only if the output side is empty. Pipe has priority. I like how... I love that. 2 chats in a row. Bridge input takes priority, and then the immediate next message is pipe has priority. I mean, I fully believe that I may have drawn the thing the opposite way around before, but... Jesus Christ, you people have to work on your communication. So actually, if I go and also kill this one. So on the output side, you're saying the pipe has priority over the bridge. And on the input side, it's the other way around? I should really do a disconnect in here before we get more poop water everywhere. Bridge input takes priority, bridge output doesn't. Okay. That is absolutely the opposite of how I interpreted things. 100%. So, this is the one I want to have priority. It's all through pipe. Oh, this, yeah, like this. And this one I want to have less priority. So it's going to go through this bridge. And wait. This one has the right of way. We're not having anything pumped right now, but that's exactly correct, because this is warm enough that we want it to be cooled. Is there a little nub in there? No, that's just the way it's drawn. Okay. Come around, and if any of this is getting cold enough... Not quite there yet, because that's there. But at some point, this will cool down enough that this will turn red, and it should start to direct things that way. And then if I were to order up a job over here, let's say some gold amalgam to gold, well, I don't know. You know what? Maybe I should just turn all copper ore into copper. It'll make it a lot easier for me to, like, when I'm building things. Because it's annoying when I switch from copper ore to iron ore partway through or something like that. And Luke is taking a beating still. Hospital is in place. Okay. Speaking of plumbing things. Right, you're good, you're good. And then what we want to do is route the bad water. We'll need to make a little adjustment over there. That's not reachable, but if I did say this, then that would be something we could finish. And then for here, the direction left is fine. Here I do want bidirectional on this sink. Wash your hands before tending the patients. Okay, and this is taking priority there. Okay. Bridge input takes priority. Bridge output is not priority. We've cleaned up this piping here, which is nice too. What did we just finish? Oh, the more materials, radbolt generator, radbolt reflector, radbolt joint plate. Which might end up a safer setup. Or Luke. Alright. Medical building outside hospital. Oh, right. You also need a table. I think any table is fine. Communal table needs wood. All right. Well, it's so small. Can this count as a combination? I'm assuming the dining room is exclusive. Because it probably says no... I mean, it says no industrial machinery. Possible room types. Hospital. Missing dining table. Okay. Just coming along. Eventually. It's still chooching? It's still chooching. But I'm thinking with the dining table, what are the priorities for the just regular mess hall? I'm guessing maybe the lower down a building is, the higher priority it is. Which could sort of make sense, because everything that goes into a banquet hall would probably also satisfy a mess hall. Unless there's some sort of size conflict, but no. So I'm just assuming the hospital just overwrites the mess hall. You know, if someone were to ever finish this mess table. I don't think I had any other construction, so it should have been pretty high priority anyway. Hospital! Okay. Insufficient resources, medical beds. Sick bay, triage cot unassigned? Is it auto-assigned? If I didn't set it? You have to manually assign these cots to people? It will get auto-assigned if their health drops low enough. They will eventually if they get downed. I was just hoping that anyone with below 70% health would automatically go and claim this. Like Luke... I don't know what your percentage of health is. You're at 52, so you're below 70%. Let's just run this for a little bit. They're public, they get auto-assigned. So I'm getting conflict again. Twitch is saying one thing, YouTube's saying another. Okay. Luke. I don't know if there's like a doctoring, like being a patient priority. I don't think Luke's coming. You need to wait him to wake up and assess his status. All right, I'm just going to leave it running on idle for a little bit. Let's see what happens. Here, right, these guys are cramped, so they're going to run into the problem again where eventually stop making light. They're going to stop being happy. There we go. Into the drowning pool. Into the drowning pool. Now, I'll probably need a completely different ranching area when we do get to the ability to automate things, because I think we're going to need more space. Speaking of, Rhyme Pendragon now gets mechatronic engineering. Conveyor rail construction. Okay, your morale is a little tight there. Can we make you specifically a little happier? Maybe we get you a fancy solo bedroom or something like that. Fried mushrooms. I love fried mushrooms. This was both auto near death only. You can tell them a health percentage. Well. Alright, Luke. And I'm assuming Bad Cat Bad's not in great shape either. He's going to work. You do have yucky lungs, so that's no good. Do they unassign themselves after? Because then there's the ineligible. As long as they sort of self-clear and then go back to normal behavior, I guess that's going to be fine. I don't know how well I trust it. 100%. Okay. And the others are ineligible, so that sort of makes sense. Perfect there, yes. I don't know. I don't think they're just randomly doing this to pump over here. Even though I've got the auto bottle turned on. There's not a mode, right? Be like, aggressively pump this, please. All right, the health goes up fairly quickly. I don't have anything specifically to process the chlorine, right? But I could put in a pump. And just get it out of there. I keep expecting, like, we're going to process enough CO2 to allow the chlorine to drop. Every so often. Yeah, I mean, the air should go through here and here, but maybe that's, you know, maybe this is a little too tight. Oh, it can flow through here as well. I think it's just the problem is it's chlorine gas into CO2 over here. There's just not enough. We need a big giant fan to blow through this. But I could replace a couple of these tiles with airflow tiles. I'm not convinced it'll make the difference, though. Oh, this one that keeps starving from time to time? Well, I mean, they've given birth. I guess I could just mine a bunch more slime. Okay, right. Now that this is done. Yeah, that I've moved the water pipe down here. I'm going to go, and this is the final thing we're going to do on this stream today, is this. Because we're going to switch over to do board gaming in a second. Let's mine out this gold volcano. I love gold. This might really bite us in the butt. I guess I should do another safety safe. Just our entire base gets flooded with liquid gold. It'd be pretty funny. Oh, there you go. Our bypass is now working. There you go. Things are flowing a lot more smoothly than before. We don't get the same jam. How's our medical people? Oh, we don't have anything researching. Oh, yeah. Let's go and unlock the orange research. We've got all those little data cubes all over the place. Unassigned, no one eligible. Okay. Having to manually assign people is a little annoying, but it's not the worst thing in the universe. If I go back to... What am I looking for? Like, oh, I guess medicine. Apothecary. I don't know if we've got the means to, like, make medicine realistically. We could plop down a random disease clinic. We can always deconstruct it. We can plop it down to take a closer look at how it works. And I am wondering about, like, boosting happiness, especially since we do have some people kind of hitting some raw limits, although the stress has been fine. Okay, are you going to instantly die or something crazy like that? Actually, maybe I'm going to leave it in here as a bit of a coolant. Okay. When do you explode? Periodically explodes. Goes for 46 seconds every 860 seconds. Skill-based... Oh, skill... Oh, we can analyze you as well with a computer chip. That seems like a good idea. Over in this lab... I'm gonna get all these computer chips, because what if they get melted? Storage bin down here, please. Maybe once we analyze it, we get the timer? Because I was to say, for the natural gas geyser, which is... Oh yeah, it's over here. Don't I get a... comment? Is that just the time between the periods? Okay, and this is now a vacuum. Okay. First of all, I'm going to go and deconstruct this one. We don't need any more. We've cleared out that natural gas. Leave that there. Hover over dormant? Oh, over here. It won't erupt again for some time. Is it just this? Next activity, 15 cycles. Oh, shit! Seriously dormant for 50. Okay, so that's why you don't have infinitude amount of time. And then we need to analyze it to know when the period is. Okay. Okay, that seems groovy. In fact, let's make this a nice high priority thing. Do that before you do other researches. Do these doors have 100% gas passing? I mean, I guess I can open this door. This isn't a room that needs it. This one needs to be... Actually, I guess this could be opened. This will still count as a room for farming purposes. Maybe I should just pop a couple of extra tiles in the middle here. I could also just slap down a ton of the algae terrariums and pare them down a little bit. Scalding. That makes sense. It's 200 degrees in here, buddy. Can you leave? I mean, I think they eventually move out of the way. Are you about to pop? Or is just that's how hot you just are? Oh, you've already dropped some gold. I say let him cook. A little bit at a time. Breath, stopping wet, heat resistant. Recently visited a cooling station. As impervious to toasty surroundings. What's my cooling station? Is it like... Is the water cooler? What is? Oh, sweet. I didn't know that. It'll be fine. Maybe I should let more water in there. Oh, right. I'm no longer cooking. Do. The automated barbecuing setup does sound like it's going to be so nice when we get there. Oh, starving. Starving? Are we out of sandstone? No, you have 2,000. Or, hold on. Do the sage ones not eat sandstone? Oh, they don't. I didn't know that. Oh, I guess I could be feeding you the meal ice. But also dirt and stuff? Algae? I don't know. That seems valuable. Yeah, I know. I was just looking at the calories. Why are you... Oh, that's colony achievement. Cure a sick duplicate of disease. I got better. Sort of keep expecting the, I guess the bristleberries aren't that nutrient rich. And then we're doing our best with the frost buns. Oh, people can't reach over here. Oh, I didn't realize that. Although, let's say it's growing. Okay. Might be feeding berries to the bugs. Oh. Bristleberries are being fed here. Yes. I thought I just checked that. Maybe I just checked the bristles and not the gristles. That may have been what was going on. Or maybe I was checking this one. Maybe I checked this one. Okay, that would make a lot of sense if we were feeding the berries to these guys. Oh, and is there any chance this is full? Of berries that they don't eat. It's full of sandstone, which the sages don't eat. That's why they're starving. So if I go and toggle off sandstone, I think it ejects it. Yes, there we go. So this is full of sandstone, and these guys don't eat sandstone. Okay. I'm gonna feed them the lice. Which hopefully this will start producing, and then keep more of the berries for ourselves. I'm assuming, yeah, these are filled in. Okay. We're going to switch over to board gaming in a second. If you've never done it, you will need an account on Board Game Arena. It is free. But I will give you a link, because if you use that, I will get points towards maintaining the premium account over there. So there's the link to Board Game Arena, and there, ladder in the cold biome is unreachable. The cold biome or this cold biome? This one here still unreachable? Oh, is there not enough headspace right there? Maybe. Oh, because I can't reach it from here. Hello. I'm gonna do that anyway. So maybe they could reach from the other side. They probably can go through the plant. But they couldn't reach up there. There we go. Get the grain. What are you doing with the grain? Oh, right, you're cooking the grain. Yes, we have a bunch of grain over here that we weren't cooking into the frost muffins or whatever they are. Okay. It's really going to help our food situation a lot. Okay. And then dig down there so you can get that stuff. That's going to be fine. Alrighty. New printable. Blossom seeds, sandstone. We have 44 of these. We have 200 tons of sandstone. Can we just eat one of the dupes? Is that an option in the game? Because that'd be swell. So I think we're probably gonna play Seven Wonders, because we can probably play like 3 games of it. It takes 2 seconds to teach. Even if you've never played it before, like 5 minutes in, you're gonna understand everything of it. It might still mean you'd be like, oh, I want to go back and redo my first turn. Although you're gonna feel that way anyway, even if you've played 30 times, because that's the nature of the game. But yeah, Seven Wonders is what we're gonna play. Okay, so that's opened up, so we're gonna be able to get the food from there. And yes, calories were going down, but we should hopefully be bouncing back. I should probably just bite the bullet and do another mealwood farm somewhere that's not being chlorinated to the max. Just put an area up over here or something like that. Plus we get a bunch more algae, which is not really a bad thing. Farm tiles. In fact, I could do kind of a minimum area like that. And then plant that stuff there. Any chance, do I want to make it a room for the farming? I suppose I probably should. So the farm station does need a little bit more. And it'll have to be enclosed, so we'll do that. Then put a door in there. And then that'll be reachable. And as long as it's not too many tiles, that theoretically should work. I guess I still don't understand. Again, I don't think airflow tiles are going to solve it here, because I think the biggest problem... I guess I could suck up the chlorine and do something with it. But I'll put down a couple airflow tiles for now. I don't think that's the solve. Getting rid of more carbon dioxide to free up more space for the chlorine to drop down is probably going to help. and just generally getting more oxygen. But I think it might be time for another farm, especially if I'm going to be feeding these guys the meal lice, which I like the idea of. Getting some more does make a lot of sense. Oh, though. Not there. Scalding. You're fine. Just, or are you still standing there while being scalded? No, you've got out. Good. We're almost done analyzing the gold volcano. Scalding! Is he back down there? Oh my god, yeah, you almost died. Martin! Martin! Come over here! There's probably a suit or something I can give them. I don't know if bringing down a pipe down there would make a difference. It'd be a little awkward to do the loop. And maybe it would be huge. Maybe it would be super key. But yeah, we're going to wrap up things here today anyway. Outside a greenhouse. But I think this is going to be enclosed and count as a greenhouse. Because I think the greenhouse was really not hard to hit. Just needs a farm station. Not too small, not too big. Which still should be fine. Okay. So, we'll do that. Or the pipes melt. I mean, well, they weren't that hot. So I think it's fine. Although, at the same time, we'd have to go and mine through some abyssalite. Well, maybe. Yeah, I don't think we can do a loop. So we'd have to lose some of the abyssalite, which may or may not be fine in this case, but I don't think people are going to spend that much time down there once the analysis is done. So, we'll see. We'll see. Why am I getting gold member vibes? I love gold. All right, what we're going to do is we are going to do a save here. So this is going to be live stream number 6. And we're going to switch over to board games. If you were just here for the Oxygen Not Included, hey, I appreciate you. That's fine too. Monday, I think I'm probably going to do some more Grim Dawn because I really want to finish that expansion because I'm very excited about it. Why is this room airlocked? Oh yeah, because this guy likes to have like the crap gas. I could be hatching these eggs. Actually, I should probably be... I don't need this many of the puffs. I should really be turning the puffed eggs into omelets. Yeah. I wonder in this case, it might still be easier to turn the sages into omelets as well. But, ooh, this is getting quite full. At what point are we worried that this gets too full? Well, not today is the answer. Oh, I don't think I ever said a thing over here. This is supposed to be for ice. And then this one over here is supposed to be for the data packs. Yeah, there we go. We'll set that as well. Okay, yeah. So if you're just here for this, we're going to wrap it up. We're going to do board gaming, but it is fun. Everyone will be invited. I'll drop a link in for everyone. Usually I drop the first link in for on the Discord, but then after that we open it up. We can have a bunch of people in. Oh, unless we play Formula Day. Say now in chat, would you rather some goofy, insane racing game where we all bitch about the dice rolls? Or do we want to play Seven Wonders and bitch about what cards we get? They're both possible. Formula Day racing. Okay, we're going to do some Formula Day. All right. So, let's see here. First, I should update the streams. It's always annoying on YouTube because that changes the VOD and everything like that. We're gaming with viewers. Was. Boom. Okay. So I'll just update it that way. And then over on Twitch. Board games with viewers. And then where's the game category? Board gaming games. Board games. Okay, those are both there. And then I can put this window back over here and do this and come over here and say window capture a board game arena. Full screen this guy. Okay, that looks good. Hit OK there. Bring it up. There. Okay. So we're going to do some Formula Day. So we can have, I think we can have 10 people in this, right? Yeah, 1 to 10. Excellent. Number of players, 10. Fast speed. Monaco track is going to be fine. Rules advance is fine. A single lap is the way we want to go. So if I click here and then copy the invitation link, there we go. So we'll just put it everywhere. Boom, YouTube. Boom, over here. All right. So the racing is, do we want to do a different track? We could. You know what? It's a classic for a reason. We're gonna play the Monaco track. It's so easy to play. On your turn, you're gonna take a die and you're gonna roll it and you're gonna move that many squares. What gear you're in determines which die you use. Higher gear, bigger die, bigger numbers, go faster. There's a little bit of things in the corners. We'll talk about that when we get there. Okay, so we're gonna accept over here. Someone at random will be picked to be in the first place position. Ooh, someone's got some warnings. All right. I've never seen that before. Actually, a few. Oh, maybe some people abandoned the previous game or something like that. That's entirely possible. So slow golf starts first. We got that over there. What color am I? I'm starting in 7th. I'm blue. There you go. So I'm over here. So we're all going to start in first gear. The game, there's a slight random thing that happens in the first turn where it rolls I think it rolls a d20, and if you roll really well, then you move a little bit forward. But basically, everyone starts in first gear. It can roll a 1 or it can roll a 2. That is what's going to happen. And it's always the person in the lead that starts first. So it's going to do Slogoffs, then it's going to do Peter. There you go. And you can see, so Slogoff rolled a 2, so they can choose to move to any of these squares. These squares would only be moving 1 square, so they'd have to use a point of breaks. So over on the right-hand side of the screen, assuming the capture's okay, over on the right side of the screen, we've got various resources on our cars over here. So we have 6 points worth of tire. These are wear points, WPs. We've got 3 points of brakes, 3 points of gearbox, 3 points of body work, 3 points of engine, and 2 points of road handling, the suspension over here. And so sometimes you may use some of those resources up. If they hit 0, bad things happen. Now, here's the big gotcha. Is the corners over here. These red sections over here, you have to end your turn in that corner. So let's say slow golf here, next turn rolls a huge number, which isn't actually possible because they're not gonna be high enough gear. But let's say they rolled like a 20 and they're supposed to end up over here. That means they blew through the corner way too fast, and they're gonna have to spend some combination of brakes and or gear work or something like that. Okay, I'm just gonna move 2 squares ahead. First turn is really basic, but it's a good way to like get into it. So yeah, if you overshoot a corner, if you don't stop in a corner, if you don't end your turn in a corner and you overshoot, you'll have to at least spend some tires as you squeal through, or you could use brakes to slow yourself down or various things like that. It gets particularly tricky. So this corner over here, Grand Hotel, you actually have to stop 3 times. That's why there's 3 red lights over here, right? Most corners have a single red light. You have to stop 1 time in the corners. That corner you have to stop 3 times. There's another one you have to stop a couple of times. But so your goal is to go as fast as possible in the highest gear possible, but not too fast, because that's bad. But it is a good idea to push your luck, because you can do a little bit of like lane changes. Notice in the corners here, these arrows are actually quite meaningful because you can only change directions in the direction of the arrow. So let's say I enter this tile here. I can't change into the left lane because that's not allowed. From this tile, I can go forward or I can go down to the right, but I couldn't go to the outside. So in the corners, you lose a little bit of movement flexibility. But between the ability of sort of wiggle woggling a little bit and maybe using brakes and things like that in a strategic manner, overshooting is not quite as scary. And you do want to push your luck because that's how you win the game. If we're playing a multi-lap race, pit stops would be a thing, but we're only playing a single lap. Mm-hmm. And if you end up immediately behind a car, you will get the option to draft them and get a bit of a slingshot and move forward. It only applies if both cars are in 4th gear and above, and maybe not in the corner. So here, I'm going to go and gear up to gear 2 and use a slightly better die that can move me 2 to 4. I get to move 3, so I will move 3. The strategy will start after this first corner, because then you really have to try to figure out where you're going to land. And there's tons of RNG bullshit, which is great. How do we push someone else off the track? Well, if you stop I mean, you might be joking. If you stop adjacent to another car, both cars have to roll a die to see if there's collision that happens. If you get collision, you will take some body damage, but you'll also leave an oil slick on the ground, some debris on the ground that other cars then have to avoid. It's particularly meaningful if you're playing multiple laps, because the first lap people get a bunch of damage, and then the second time they go through, they have to dodge the stuff. So here's an example of slow golf. If they were to move here, they'd overshoot the corner by 1, and they would have to spend 1 tire wear point for that. But there you go. By doing this, they've moved basically as far as they possibly can. I think this might have been slightly better, but it also cuts off the inside corner. They move as far as they can while still ending their turn in the corner. Oh, see, there's our first collision roll. So I think both cars roll a d20, and I think on a roll of like 4 or below, it's a collision, or maybe on a 1, it's collision. I don't remember. And it does apply to everyone you're adjacent to. So if who's this? Brother Beard. If they stopped here, they'd be adjacent to both these cars, technically. So Brother Beard would have to roll twice, and each car would have to roll once. This ain't Blood Bowl. Sometimes it's dirtier than Blood Bowl. And then if you're one of the later cars, these bottlenecks can be brutal. Oh, it'll be interesting to see where Adepta goes. Because on the inside, you have a little bit less distance to go to finish. But the outside might be a little clearer here, and it more completely bottlenecks. Although I don't think anyone's going to be going through this because we're too far back anyway. The annoying thing for us is the people behind, we probably won't make the corner in this turn, and then we'll still have to stop there in the next one. But as I think Kentos was pointing out, like they won from 8th once before. Like a lot of RNG can happen here. All right, well, I may as well gear up. Come on, big money, big money. Oh, terrible. Well, again, I'll just move as far as I can. This is not a great start for Team Quill. It'll be very interesting next lap, because next lap or next round, I'll probably go up to 4th gear, which could overshoot this, but is very unlikely to do it in a way that's a problem. The biggest problem I might have is things being too crowded, but we'll see. All right, back up to the top with Slow Golf. Rolls an 11 in 4th gear, coming out of the corner. Nice push. I think 12 is, 12 is the highest you get in 4th, so that's a really good roll on that. Well, sometimes you don't want to go as fast as possible. Oh, here's an example. Peter, if they stop there, they will slipstream and then move another 2 or 3 tiles for free. 3 tiles, yeah. Look at that. So Peter will actually end up over here if they want. Slipstreaming is optional. Oh, I don't understand the order the game is played in. I've gotten to roll the dice twice, and some people have done it 4 times. Every round starts with the car in the front going first. And then it backs up. But at this point, everyone's rolled the same amount of times, because these 3 people have gotten 1 more roll than the rest of us. So, Latin, I don't know why you would have only rolled twice. Unless you somehow skipped your turn. Also, some of the dice rolls you may have been seeing may be collision rolls, which could be a little bit deceptive. Yeah, so whenever one car ends up next to another one, both those cars end up rolling dice. So there's a lot of dice rolls that can happen all of a sudden from that. All right, well, I'm going to go Max. The position over here is, oh my God, terrible goddamn roll. Okay, well, I'm going to take the inside track to try to minimize the amount of time in this corner. I rolled minimum. Minimum. We're really going to have to start pushing our luck. One person missed their first turn due to a bad start roll. Oh, because I think you can crit fail on the start. God damn it. Speaking of crit roll, so I just took some damage. Thanks, Silas. Smashes into me. Someone in YouTube is asking where Max Verstappen is. He's right there. Someone's got to get Silas back for me. I think there's just an option for like the start of game, like extra roll that maybe we could toggle off, because it is a little silly. Yes, there is a variant rule where you can do a quality lap first. Obviously, it would be a little too long for the streaming here. But yeah, you can absolutely do that. And it is a good setup to like a 3-lap race. Or if you, I've done this in real life with my friends, you can do a like reverse quali. So if you're doing a whole series of races, then whatever order people ended one race in, you have them start in the reverse order as a bit of a balance thing. There's also modes where you can customize your cars, tune a couple of things here and there. Yeah, this is Formula Day. It's old. It's a little full of BS, but I find it so entertaining. I think like Heat might be the better tactical game. I think I've always had more fun with Formula Day, though. And also, people are divided about which game takes longer to play. Neither one of them is particularly long. I think it really just depends a lot on how much thinking people do. If you play Heat with people who are really like analyzing everything and trying to count, exactly how many cards are left in their decks and all kinds of things like that, I think Heat can be a lot slower. Sometimes a little BS is fun. Yeah. No, I think this game has a high degree of potential bullshit in a way that makes it incredibly fun. Miscus coming through. Rolls max on their 4th gear die. Now, I'm going to be going into 5th gear, and hopefully, I need a big roll here. I'm going 5th gear. Now, the problem is if I go too big, I might be going a little faster the next corner, but I got to do something. I got to do something. 4th just ain't going to cut it. Let's go. Big money, big money, big money. Last time we played this, the 5th gear dice really screwed me as well. I think I rolled minimum twice on it. This isn't minimum, but it's real bad. Dang it. Explosions are much more likely if you're doing a multi-lap race, because you're much more likely to chooch through more of your wear points. God, there you go. Kentos gets the perfect roll, because he actually had 2 options for slipstreaming. Already the BS is there, although Silas rolling minimum. You know what, Silas? You deserve that after hitting me, rolling the minimum on this roll. God, that was a terrible roll for me. Such bullshit. Setting yourself up for the next turn. Maybe. The thing is, I can probably stay in 5th gear for the next corner, and that's not so bad. I don't think I can go up to 6th, especially since I have to slow down. So you can gear up 1 gear on your turn. You can gear down 1 gear for free. And then after that, you can gear down more than that, but it costs you gearbox points. Unless you can gear down 2 for free. But I think it's just gear down 1 for free, and then after that, you're grinding your gears. But that's a resource that you want to use. Yeah, 1 down for free, more is gearbox. Okay, so I was right. I was just doubting myself. The same situation. Can't 6 or overshoot. Can run 5th with good odds of being okay, yeah. But yeah, you can just be absolutely hosed by bad dice rolls, and then you just try to do your best with what you got. Nizani actually rolled, oh no, that's tops in 4th gear, and is the perfect arrival in this corner. Well, and then they take the lead, just like that. Nanazi gets the perfect roll, and all of a sudden find themselves in the lead. Don't. If you end the race in perfect condition, you didn't play well enough, that's true. No, I mean, these are all resources. You want to leave nothing behind. That's actually not bad from Slowgalf, because it does get them into this corner. And then it gives them interesting plays for the next one. They could go with a high gear and try to see if they can hit that corner on the next go. I don't know if they can, because not necessarily counting the tiles here, but it is quite interesting. And Adepta's got an interesting choice here. You could land in the corner, take no wear and tear, but you could push it to get a little bit more of an edge and be like, well, sacrifice a little bit of tire to get a little further ahead. Which might not be good here, depending on how fast you're going, because this corner is very nearby and fairly short. These numbers here, 2 and 6, is how many tiles long the corner is. Like, minimum is 2, maximum is 6 tiles. And the dark route shows you the longest path through the corner, which sometimes is what you want to follow. Sometimes is really you don't. Well, I think originally this game was Formula Day, and you even had an accent and things like that. I usually say Formula Day. All right. Yeah. It is interesting. I could go up to 6th gear, and you see all these explosions over here? That is me dying. Because the problem is, I would be, on 6th gear, I would definitely be blowing through the entire first corner, no matter what, and taking that damage, and then stacking more over there. So I got to go into 5th, and I would not be opposed to a high roll, although I don't actually want to end up in the next corner, because that wouldn't count as a stop. If you overshoot one corner and stop in the next one, that doesn't count as a stop in that second corner. So you could really get screwed. So I went 5th, and I want a high roll. I do want a high roll. Yep, that's fine. Do I want... So this is actually an interesting choice. Do I want to get ahead of Adepta? It might be really important to do. Actually, I could go here. And then if I overdraft, I'm not sure if that counts as stopping in the corner. I don't know what the rule for that is. I'm going to find out. I'll also go a little bit further, although that might do some more damage. But I'll get a little preview. No, it doesn't count as stopping in a corner, so I'm actually in a worse shape than I was. Fuck. I think because I wanted to go here, but I was curious about this. Now if I go here, it's going to cost me even more. I think I'm going to do it anyway. I should have just gone in the first place, but I wasn't sure how those rules worked. I'm going to do this because I want to roll before Adepta does, to give myself more options. Oh, Adepta took some damage. Sorry, Adepta. To be fair, I did go and screw myself a little bit by doing that, but I wasn't sure about the mechanic. I just got a little bit of an unexpected slipstream, and I sort of maybe nicked his rear tire there. Or their rear tire, I should say. Now that's a good slipstream for Silas here, because that will still end them up in the corner somewhere. Although, because they can't go wide on the outside, they're going to have to go here and then hit a little bit of brake to slow down, but... Oh, and some damage. Okay, I guess it's only a 1 on a d20 that leads to damage. That may have been a little aggressive there, Latinin. Because you haven't stopped in this corner yet. There might be a little bit of a explosion. So no matter what, you're going to take a bunch of brake and tire damage over here. This would be more tire damage, less brake. Over here, you would use all of your tire, which doesn't end the game, but you do spin out and start in first gear, which is not particularly great. I would probably choose one of these three. Well, probably I'd choose this one. But then you have no tire left, but what are you going to do? Seems like they're offline. Maybe. If they run out of time... Actually, where's their timer? Oh, there. If they run out of time, we can choose to just drop them. So yeah, maybe they left. Is it Formula Day God or Formula Die Dice? Well, the thing is in French, and this I think is a French game, day is how you say a die. Okay. 20 more seconds, and then we will drop them. And then we're going to figure out this cluster. Yeah, so right now, like, Ninazi took a huge move here. That was, like, amazing. But this corner, this is really tricky. Because what you want to do... skip players who are out of time. Yeah, we'll have to do that. Oh, okay. Can I close this? I'll leave that for a second. This, because you have to stop 3 times in the hotel corner over here. What you really want to do, as much as possible, you want to enter as slowly as possible, because you want to front load your stops. You want to stop as early as possible, because then what you want to do is you want to gear up as you go through the corner so that you exit, ideally, I think, like 4th gear. If you can manage it somehow, that would be nice. But that's the thing. So, but that's tricky to manage, but that's sort of your goal in this corner, and that will generally make or break the game. Oh, your father was the first person who made a Formula Racing dice game. Which Formula Day was inspired from? Oh, called Ultimate Race, or Course Ultime in French. Now making a sequel. Oh, wow. I wonder if there's anything you'd like added to Formula Day-like game. A cranky radio messages? Oh, the green dot shows they're online and they weren't anymore. Okay. I was looking for beta testers. Well, I mean, you can always email me, quill18 at quill18.com. I'd be very curious to take a look. Slow Golf. And then I'm next. A lot of damage here. If we're playing more than one lap, like the damage over here, you can drive through it, and there's only a chance that you take damage from driving through the debris. But yeah, right now, mostly this debris is going to punish people who are further back, unfortunately. Slow Golf. Oh, perfect. You stop in this corner. You'll stop in this one. You're going to be in a little high gear, but Collision checks. No collisions, although there's a wall here. Okay. If I do this and then gear back up to 7th. So, okay, if I'm in 3rd, which would take some gearbox damage to slow down there. If I end up being quite far down, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I might not make it in 4th. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take some risks. Now, of course, fucking hell. Now, I'm going to roll maximum. Every goddamn time. Sure. It's fine. So I'm going to be in 4th. Do I want to be on the outside? I don't think it matters much. All right. Well, I'm doomed this one. Doomed. Every time this run here, it's been whatever the worst possible outcome is what I keep hitting on this one. Nice one from Adepta. One thing I'm not a fan of is how much having a bad starting position makes it difficult to win. I mean, a 10-player game is hard without a without a qualifying lap or whatever. Yes, then it's just about how much can you improve your performance, right? Based on where you started, what can you do? The exclamation marks here just means you're driving through this oil slick, and so there's a chance you take damage. The exclamation marks are very scary, but they're not as scary as they make you think. So either you have to spend a bunch of brake here or a little bit of tire over here, one way or the other. There you go. You made it over the damage marker perfectly fine. I went there. Double impact, possibly. Yeah, I don't love that I'm down to 1 tire and 1 brake. I'm going to spin out and lose this race for sure over here. For sure at some point. And pushing your luck is definitely what you want to do in this one. You just kind of sometimes get screwed. All right, Nanazi, currently in 4th gear. Going down to 3rd is actually going to be perfect, because I don't think 3rd can miss. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's not true. If you go down to 3rd and you roll a 4, it didn't happen. You could fall just short, and that is the worst. So that's stop 1 out of 3. I'd say Peter, I really like Peter's position. Just barely sneak in here, gives the maximum amount of time to get a bunch of stops in here. Slow, let's see what happens over there. They're a little further behind, so that's kind of an interesting... They're in 5th, so they'll probably go down to 4th. Ooh, they rolled big. Although they could stop here and still give themselves some good headway. Like, you wouldn't want to go very far into this corner, because you've got to stop 2 more times. So I think you'd really want to take, like, this and give yourself as much space as possible. The car driver stats. So in the setup that we're running now, everyone's identical, but there's 100% the ability in this game to go and tune your car and get driver skills and special traits and things like that. 100% that's a thing. Making event cards like Groundhog on the Track. Oh, yeah. I too am a fan of the Montreal racecourse. And all of its goddamn groundhogs. Brother Beard, that may have been... You rolled maximum on 4th gear, which is pretty shitty in this situation. The sort of rolls a few of us have been getting this time around. So that's pretty rough. Probably I'd go here, and then next round, drop down to 3rd to just sort of boop in here. That's probably fine. That's a toughie. Okay, so... All right, even if I roll minimum, I will end up in the corner. And if I roll too high on 4th... I mean, maybe with some wiggle waggle, I could save it. If Brother Beard wasn't there, I think I'd be able to burn off a lot of speed. But I'd have to do this. The problem with this is if I roll really low on this, I'm going to have trouble getting into the next corner. Should I just keep pushing my luck? Well, that's what I did. So it'll cost me 1 more break point. I have no more breaks left. It's fine, though. It's fine. It's fine. No more brakes. Brakes just slow you down. Why would you want brakes on a race car? The whole point is to go as fast as possible. I may as well push it, right? You don't need brakes where you're going. I can slow myself down by running directly into the wall, which is almost certainly what's going to happen soon. Oh, I forgot I still have the hard hat on. Unfortunately, I don't have a racing helmet. No brakes is the best way to drive the race car. Exactly. Oh my god, Adepta, what a great roll there. Interesting set of options for you. Well, all gas, no brakes, 18. Yep. Slipstream is interesting because we know it wouldn't count as a stop, so it would burn through some things, but it would put you in a better die position for the next one. Use brakes, you can just start super clipping. This has been a funny season, hasn't it? Now that spot's quite good. Stuck in here, there's only I don't know what the odds of taking damage from that are, but we have a lot of body to think. This one might be the 4 and below. You take some body damage. There's going to be a lot of collision rolls here. Collision against 3 different people. So each one of us are going to roll once, and Silas is going to roll 3 times. So it's really a race between this pack of 3 and everybody else over here. With my car basically already being on fire. As soon as I crash, all I'm going to do is hit end stream. Just like cut it instantly. Or put up the little radio message, I'm okay. Or I'll just blame the other drivers. That's what everyone in F1 does all the time. Just blame other drivers. Burning up all your tires early in races that make you Team Ferrari. We are checking. Okay, Slogolf. A max roll on the 3rd gear. May not have been what they were hoping for. But let's see what they do about it. I think they're still okay. But yeah, this either they're going to have to slow down a bunch to not burn through their tires too much. Actually, that's probably what they're going to have to do, which means they're not going to be in a great gear coming through this. And ironically, like I'd happier sitting further back. And actually, I really like Peter here. Because this is going to be their second stop. One of these is going to be their second stop. And their 3rd stop, they'll probably still be stopping in here. Or if they overshoot a little, it's fine. Because they probably have resources. Unlike me. If collide with Quill and destroy his card, we get banned. Yep. No, if you die in Formula Day, you die in real life. So, you know, that'll be the end of the channel. I will be making an episode of Songs of Six live as soon as the stream is over. If I haven't, give me a little ping. But yeah, that is the idea. In fact, I can prep that now. 9 went live, yeah. Good. Since I'm waiting for my turn anyway. Oh, okay. Shut up with the time. I'm going to take the outside for maximum distance here. Especially since I rolled big. I would have preferred rolling less, but it will ensure that I roll ahead of most of this pack. See, I really like Silas ending up over here. Just barely coming in here on a low low gear is, I think, really what you want for this corner. Six, okay. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. There you go. Ready to go live as soon as the stream ends. I will hit the button. Oh, I lost my YouTube chat, though. Bring that back up here. There we go. All right, Kentos. Oh, that's perfect. Barely any room left to enter this corner, but that is the perfect stop here by Kentos. Exactly what you want. Yeah, this is called Formula Day. Like the letter D. Got so blocked and then perfect roll. Yeah, you're gonna be fine because this is the guy. Well, the big thing will depend on where exactly everyone moves on the next turn, but yeah, this is good because if you roll like a 7 and end up just outside the corner, you're so screwed then. All right, so this is Slow Golf, leaving the corner a little bit quickly. But who am I to critique someone who burned some rubber on the way through a corner, right? I chose to do some braking, saving a little bit of tire. Nazi also a little bit speedy, but fine. Chooses to spend 2 tire to get a little further ahead. Peter ends up making the final stop there, losing absolutely nothing. They're in a bit of a slow gear, but a perfect stop there. Oh, I'm not ahead. Okay. Massus is ahead. Hopefully it doesn't block me. I don't think it will. Well, not with a high roll like that. Then I have to decide. I think I have to play it safe. I'm thinking this turn I go to second, next turn third for the final stop, and then I come out in fourth. Because otherwise, if I go third and roll high, I'm doomed. I have to downshift to second. And then after that, 1, 2, 3, because I'm going to shift up, and I need the safety. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think if I go here, I can work out something safe. I would have preferred to be a little more aggressive here, but all my a little bit aggressives have added up to too much crazy shit too far. Yeah, this is not Heat. Heat is based on cards, and it is excellent. This is Formula Day, and it's based on dice, and it is excellent. There's a lot more random bullshit in this one, but that, to me, is what makes it fun. As long as you're people, you want to be with people who are going to appropriately bitch and whine in a funny way. That's exactly the attitude you got to come in here. You got to be ready to rage at the dice without being salty about it. What's the meme song one driver sings over the radio? Smooth Operator? Yeah, that was that's Carlos Sainz that likes to sing Smooth Operator, right? I think so. I still miss him with Lando. What a lovely team that was. Gotta appreciate how much the chaos the dice inevitably choose. Yeah. Yeah, I like how mechanics are simple, the dice. Yeah, that's the thing. This game is so easy to teach. And yet, and there is a high RNG element. You want a certain amount of RNG element because a game that is purely deterministic just means whoever's got kind of the most experience or has read the most strats or whatever will win almost every time, basically, right? So you want enough RNG to keep it interesting and level the playing field a little bit, but you still want to feel like there's strategy in your decisions, and it's just not random bullshit. So Adepta here is being actually boxed in. So they could move to 4, which would be these over here, but that's blocked off. So they're having to burn some of their brakes to stop. All right, here's Slow. Slow is in the lead. I say slow is smooth, smooth is fast. There you go. Oh, that's a min roll, nearly min roll in 4th gear, which isn't ideal for Slow. On the other hand, who knows? Maybe their 5th gear roll next turn will be perfect. And the Nazi takes the lead. Peter with a small roll, but it might work out with the push to 5th. I don't know. I think I would have wanted to be a little further ahead. But maybe I'm happy that everyone ahead's being slow, and I'm at the lead of the pack, right? The best of the rest until my car detonates. So there's Timissus is going to take some damage here, unavoidably. But they have resources to spend for it. StarCraft's almost entirely deterministic, which is why people have build queues down to sec. Yes, but because of the way the game mechanics work is you diverge immediately, right? It's a very butterfly effect, generally speaking. Okay, so now I can definitely go up to 3rd. I wish I could be, I wish I could have been in 4th at this point to do this, but this will have to work out. I got to do this and not take any extra damage. And I will be in 4th next, but sometimes if you can manage it... Oh, see, Silas is in a great position here because they're taking their turn now in 4th gear. They're overshooting a tiny bit, but next turn they go into 5th immediately. And they really... Silas is about to do something impressive AF. Cargo and boom add debris? I'm not sure. I think they just get removed, but I'm not certain. Yeah, that Silas move was just perfect. And that's what you want to do. If you can manage to exit this in 5th, it's been perfect. I'm going to exit it in 4th, which is much more typical. The worst if you come in here too fast and you end up exiting in 3rd. Then your whole race has been ruined. I think, could I have gone there and taken damage? No, I don't remember. I think I could have ended up here. Could I have gone there? I don't remember. Did I screw myself by taking the inside corner? Lots of collision checks. A 20. Does that mean I get to punch the driver? Think so. You couldn't, I think. Yeah, I don't think so. Because I think I would have. If I could have ended up here, I would have. Presumably. But this is bad, because I like that I was ahead of the pack. Now, Kentos is going to get to roll before I do. Although, the straight open road is unlikely to cause blockages. All right, so this is Nanazi, who's rolling up in 5th. Rolls a 20. Beautiful. Really, really good. A low roll stopping just short of the Nouvelle Chicane would be awful. This is really good. Now, in 5th and 6th gear, if you roll max, there's an engine check that happens. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Although it means that everyone who's in 5th or 6th gear also has to roll that check when it happens. So Tobacco is coming up next. After that, notice the piscine corner over here, the piscine chicane. This is a 2-stopper. So pay attention. This is a 2-stop, as is Raskas. It's easy to miss that the first time you play. All right, Peter. Be an interesting situation in the next corner here. Probably Peter could stay in 5th and probably be okay. On a really high roll, they may overshoot a little, but there's probably enough wiggle room in here to burn it off that I think you'd be fine. I think you're perfectly safe. I think going up to 6 with Peter would be a mistake. Back here, it's quite a bit more interesting, because let's say these guys here go up to 6 to make this corner. They're going really fast for Tobacco, which doesn't mean it can't happen. There you go. 4th. I really need to roll high here. Come on. 10 is not low. I'm not sure it gets me back in the mid-pack over here, the midfield, but we'll see. Oh, Brother Beard. Well, actually, considering the positions, that's not too shabby. When's your Sweden trip? In mid-August. Mid-August I go to Sweden. I get myself some kebab pizza. I'll give it a try. Depta. 3rd gear. Yeah, you'll exit in 4th again. Very, very standard there, although being 1 cycle behind is no good. Okay, Nanazi, 17. Look at this. Look at this. You're going to have to maybe do some aggressive downshifting for the piscine, the swimming pool corner here, but the swimming pool chicane, but yeah. This is the swimming pool. It's because it's named this in French because you know all the kids always are peeing. You piss in the swimming pool. Yeah, I'm trying to go for something. I don't think I got there. Oh my God, these two with the God tier rolls. Now I'd almost as I say, you could consider going just up ahead to take the first roll, but you'd be going too fast. This is nice and safe because drop down to 4th, you'll end into the swimming pool chicane perfectly, and then you might be able to do a 2nd, 4th gear. Yeah. Silas just coming short of the Nouvelle Chicane. That's no good. That hurts. That's a min roll on 5th. To be fair, a 12 also would have screwed them, but that's real bad. And Tamisis comes out ahead. Last of the late breakers over here. Taking the lead over Silas. Vroom. Oh, you thought 3rd was D8. They're those shapes. Well, okay, 3rd is, I think this is a D8, but it's 4 to 8, and the 4th, I think, might be a 12-sided die, but you can see the range of numbers, 7 to 12 over here. Anyway, I gotta go 5th gear, and I need a miracle. I need max roll. Or literally minimum roll. I'm gonna go here and then stay in this gear, and at least I'll hit Nouvelle Chicane next turn. Dang it. Dang it! Honestly, that's probably better than the middle. Either I wanted max to end up over here. If I come just shy, then I might have had to downshift for this. At least this way I can stay in 5th gear through Nouvelle Chicane. I don't think I could go up to 6th. No, definitely not. Dang it. Quill's taking min-max into new level and new meaning. Ah, so disappointing. And then Brother Beard also with a bad roll. Yep. I think our engines are starting to fail us is what's going on over here. Fifth gear seems to have a CB against you. I mean, that last time we played, getting 2 min rolls on fifth gear where like anything else would have gotten me, I think, the win. Ooh, that is quite the move by Kentos. Adepta. Not a huge roll on that gear, but I think you're still going to be fine. Nanazi. Oh, skip gear. They double downshifted to get a more conservative entry into the swimming pool chicane. Slow Golf can probably just single shift down to fourth and be in great shape. Bit of a high roll, but you can see the range of places they can stop. Okay, they decide to go as conservative as possible. Again, there's an interesting choice because if you go slightly ahead, you get first crack at a roll, and that can be very important going into the finals. Great roll by Peter. Perfectly ends up in the next corner. Lovely. We'll definitely at least have to single shift down for the next corner. May have to double. But they could choose. They've got a big range, right? From here to here. That's a big difference in where they can stop in terms of calculating their next move. But I think that was the way to go, and then just dropping down to fourth, you're going to be fine. To miss this, another excellent roll. From one corner, smack dang into the other one. Maybe just ahead of Peter. On the outside, but that's fine. Ooh, motor check. Okay, there you go. Everyone who's in fifth gear has to roll a 20-sided die to see if they take motor damage, which is going to be most of us are in fifth gear right now. I don't know if anyone is. Because I think it's like... So if someone rolls max on their speed, then I think you have to roll and like maybe not roll a 1. Or a 1 through 4. Silas, great stop there. Really nice for the next one. Kentos shouldn't have any problems landing in here. Wonder if they were happy with that. But they've wanted more? Probably more than stay in that gear. We'll see. So yes, I can't go sixth. Even fifth has got some risk. But you know what? At this point, what's the point in leaving any of it on the tarmac? That's fine. I think I would have wanted it a little further ahead. Because it would have made it easier to get into the back next time. But sure. Go here. And be slightly ahead of Kentos, just barely. Can't hold your title for third race unless anyone else explodes. Yep. You've had some good runs, but RNG taketh and or giveth and taketh away. Oh, Brother Beard! Hello! New contender for this midfield. Well, at this point, are we still midfield? I don't know. All right, Adepta. All right, Nanazi. Not bad, because you can go probably into fourth. Probably just take 2 rounds of fourth and Raskas. And I wonder, depending on where you are, you could potentially go up to fifth into the final corner. But Slogoth takes the lead. A little further ahead. Oh, great roll by Tammy. Ooh, you do have to remember you have to stop twice in here. So you really want to take the minimum distance. Well, that's not too bad. I think I would have gone over here personally. Oh, now Peter could choose. He's got a lot of options. I don't know if just barely sneaking in is the optimal, or you do want to push a little further ahead. Depends on the gearing plans. Oh, Peter decides to go with violence. All right, Silas. In fifth gear. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Oh, you're really YOLOing. You know you got to slow down for this corner, right? Just saying. But, I mean, if you've got resources, that's the thing. If you're at the end phase over here and you still got a bunch of tire and shit, like, actually, Ken Host has tons of resources to really push their luck. I don't. Yeah, that's what gears are for. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, see, you know what? Undershooting. Let's go. Let's go. Fifth gear, baby. It's fine. What? Why do I roll max now? Literally one less Would have been perfect. Anything but maximum on this die. Anything but maximum. All right, fuck it. Let's go. So I'm going to lose my last tire point. I'm going to spin out, and I'm going to start next turn in first gear. You know what? Calculated. I wanted to be going slow for the swimming pool. Fifth gear, always choose the trolling. Yeah. You roll minimum or maximum in exactly the worst way on the fifth gear all the time. Jeez. Meanwhile, Kentos, God roll there, although, I mean, still in a pretty poor position overall. I mean, as are we all. Wow. This game. Why do I like this game? Oh, yeah, because of exactly this bullshit. Actually, wasn't expecting Kentos to end up there. All right, we're about to wrap up the stream as soon as this game is done. Should I order a pizza or something? Should I get some sort of junky food? I could go out. We'll go out and get myself a sub. What do we have in the house to cook? There's a little bit of leftover chicken. I could make a Caesar salad, maybe? I don't know. Okay, Nanazi. Big push into here. You do have to stop twice in Rascast, but... Or you just push your luck a little bit. Because sometimes that's what you have to do. Imagine if you had to go and love that. Well, yeah, see, I would have played it very differently, right? If you're doing a multi-lap race, then you don't push your luck on the first lap the same way. You try to conserve. Because your goal is probably to... Well, you get an interesting choice. If you're doing a multi-lap race, you get an interesting choice of, do you burn your tires hard to gain the advantage and then pit to replace your tires? Or you conserve your tires and try to avoid taking a pit stop at all. And you can play 1, 2, or 3 laps. And it becomes very, very interesting. I think in a 2-lap, I'd probably be looking to avoid it. Although, in a situation like this, where like I hit my tires early, look at that, first gear, let's go, baby! Oh, am I going to move 1 square? I guess so. You know, if you burn some of your tires early, then you're like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to fully commit to using as much rubber as I can on this lap, and then I'll pit and then do that. I think in a 3-lap race, it's much more likely you'll do at least 1 pit, but you might not. But yeah, I think to win in this game, obviously you can just happen to get a really lucky sequence of rolls, absolutely. But I think you do have to combine that with pushing your luck. I think if you just play safe the entire time, unless the dice just happen to land perfectly right, then you won't get there. I don't love how late I'm going to be rolling over here, but I'm also not going to be moving very fast because I'm only going to be in the second gear on my next go. So, yeah. The problem with being in second gear is I think I'm not going to be able to make it out of the corner. I'm not going to get to Rascast on the next turn after that, right? Second gear, I'll end up over here. Then I'll do third gear and end up over here and get an extra stop. And basically, that's the race. I needed not a 20. A 19 would have been so good. All right, Nanazi's in great position. It'll be really interesting to see what happens with Slow Golf. Ooh, well, you don't want to go here and spin out. That is very nice. Going on the inside, minimizing their distance. That's not great. Just 1 shy over here, that's terrible. That's really rotten luck. Min roll in third gear. Nothing you can do about that. I'm just overshooting a little bit. Gonna have to spend some resources, but he's got them. There'll be more question of where does he want to position his car. First and second is going to come down to who rolls best. Yeah, which is nice. Like, you get a nice tight race here, right? With 10 players, because of the the variation in dice rolls that can happen. Someone's always going to be stuck way back here, but generally speaking, in this game, people do still tend to be clustered. And like in the previous rounds, like, you know, it's often come down to the last roll, or maybe the best exit of this corner is often what it's come down to be. You ideally want to be slightly ahead so you get first roll, because if both of you are going to cross the finish line on your next roll, you want to roll first. So the position becomes incredibly important. Getting that initial tempo. Oh, a little bit of collision. There's going to be some damage there for the rest of us to worry about. All right, all the way up into the next gear. Well, at least I rolled higher now, but spin out so rough. All eyes over here. Although there's a really great battle for third going on here that can go in a lot of different ways. Because all three of these cars came short of the corner, so they're all in a very similar boat. And by boat, I mean a car. Okay, that's really strong. Slogolf's going to have a hard time getting ahead, but maybe, thinking about what gear to be in. Fourth gear roll. Rolls minimum on fourth gear. Although... Oh no, they're both in fourth gear. I thought maybe Slogolf was in a higher gear. It will come down on the roll, but Slow really... If they could have ended up here, it would have been perfect, because they would go first. And be, you know, microscopically ahead as well. This looks less good for Peter, who spends 3 brakes, 5 tires, spins out, gonna start the next turn in first gear. That's not gonna be great for Peter's chances of staying in third place. They have stalled their car. Brother Beard gets a really... Oh, that they haven't stopped yet in this corner, have they? Yeah. Okay, well, that'll be interesting, because they have to stop twice. That second stop's going to be a challenge. That's stop number 1. Demistis is in a very similar situation as Brother Beard, because they have not stopped yet in here, and they got to stop twice. There's going to be so much end-turn drama here. A lot can happen here, because I'm not sure. I don't know if it's possible to finish here. This might be too far to finish in one die roll. So a bad initial roll by Nanazi, and Slogolf doesn't even have to win. They just have to be 1 tick ahead of Nanazi for this final push. How do you actually track stops in the physical version? I don't remember. I don't remember if there's a way to like pin it or mark it, or if we just remembered. There's been different iterations of it as well, and mine was not the newest, so I don't know if there's a way to like track markers. I don't remember. But I know sometimes there's a little bit of confusion. Like, hold on, is this my, especially this corner, it's like, is this my second or third stop? And oh, if you play with what am I saying? With fewer than 10 people, a lot of times you play where each player has 2 cars. So it also means like you're less likely to get completely screwed. Okay, well, I gotta roll this. Okay, that's almost great. Actually, I think I want to take a conservative route over here. Yeah, because it's not like I can push my luck more than this. I think I'm going to have to stay in this third gear for the next turn. Land in here and the minimum. And maybe I can accelerate out to do something. Into this way, I have to roll 8 again. Yeah. Sometimes you want the high numbers, and sometimes you really, really don't. All right, Nanazi over here. A 12 on the 5th gear. Whoa. Yeah, so you can win in one go, but not if you roll minimum. Yeah, I didn't know how much range we're talking about on the distances, but yes, it is absolutely possible. Slogolf only rolls a 13. Oh, so basically Nanazi has the win now, because they'll roll first and they will finish. That is crazy. Nanazi gave them a chance. If they had rolled I think they would have had to roll a 15 or better, because a 14 would end up here. Actually, I think that would have been equal, and I think the person on the right would have had the advantage there. I think if Slogolf had rolled a 14, they would have gone first on the next round and won. Wow. I love this game. Great. Who's this? Brother Beard gets to choose between death, 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 or death. Or cake. Boom! I like the little explosion graphic. It's so smoky. Yeah, sorry we didn't update the what game, but this is Formula Day, like the letter D. Oh, Kentos. There you go. No car damage. Or you could push it a little bit. You got the tire still. There you go. No damage. First rule is if you go across the line on the same turn, the one who went the furthest past the finish line wins. So Tamissus gets to move over here and explode. I think at this point, I'm going to settle for finishing the race. Ooh, actually, that's not a bad move. Assuming you're not on your last tire. See, I probably would have gone there to keep the first roll. But I don't know what Silas's car condition's like it. Yeah, okay, yes. Some people have died. So, I haven't stopped yet. So I'm going to go third and hope I roll low. Because the second, if I roll a 2, I don't enter the corner. That's bad. So third, I want a low roll. All right, that'll do it. And then I do have to stop again. So yeah, I'm going to take this route to give me the maximum amount of space in here. I'll probably just stay in third. And with this position, it's going to be good because even if I roll low, I can move to the inside and still end up near the end of the corner. If I roll high, I can stay on the outside and still be in a good position to finish the race. Not get any points, but to finish the race. There are no corner markers in my physical copies, just to remember. Yeah, I mean, we don't have the colors in my physical copy either. Not that I have a physical copy, because it was stolen. I had someone break into my vehicle, this is a few years back, and steal like 3 board games out of the back of it. Including this one, which is hard to get a copy of. Although I think it got a reprint after that, so I think it would have been more possible. The Nazi, 6th gear, rolls a 27. Vroom! Even if we were going for distance traveled after the finish line, that's a pretty high number. Full golf, I guess if they rolled a 30, could end up being there. 24. GG, well played. And then third place, Peter. Peter's in first gear, though. Now that's actually very interesting. If so many cars hadn't just exploded. So yeah, Peter. Oh, if they scale up to second gear now, right? Because they spun out here. First gear moved them into the corner. Second gear there. They don't have a lot of speed. How's the third gonna go? Here's Kentos. The podium is still in range. Perfect! Perfect! Hits the corner. Can just hit the loud pedal on the next turn. What about Silas? Perfecter. I think third place is going to Silas because Silas is in a higher gear. Ahead and in a higher gear. Oh, interesting position choice. No, I'm just going to try to finish now. Really, minimum is kind of an insult at this point because I would have happily taken a max roll in this particular situation, but sure. We're going to limp across the finish line. We didn't want to risk the ramming. Ah. There you go, Adepta. Car's going to be on fire. I'm only going to be on 3 tires. Actually, I'm on 0 tires. I've just been, this last half of the race, I've been running on bare rims is what's going on here. There you go. Silas just burns past Peter. Kentos with a, unfortunately, poor roll on that 4th gear. All right, let's go. 4th gear. Where's my high numbers? I will be finishing the race with speed. I think I'll also finish the race in 6th gear in the end. Adepta, well, they're not out yet. They're not going to have much of a car left either, but they're not out yet. There you go. Silas coming in for the final podium place. Sentra's out. There's like a Colombian like cultural food etc. fair going on in town today. That's where she is right now. Oh my god, it's technically possible for me to finish right now and come out ahead of Peter. Come on, 20. Yes, yes. Oh man, you know what? I will take 5th place, especially since I think I started in 7th. You know what? +2 positions, I will take it. Wow, what horse shit. Peter's finishing with some speed, rolling an 18 when they needed like 3, 4. From 3rd to 4th to 6th in a heartbeat. Yeah, like the game, like it can really come and punish you. It's a lovely game. Formula Day with the letter D. The great party game, and again, if you play with, well, I guess 5 or fewer, then each person can run 2 cars, which again eliminates some of the RNG. There's a bunch of different tracks. There are some expansions as well. Some of the tracks are only available with the expansions, but we're playing with the advanced rules. You can see the lap count over there, but there you go. So there's weather rules. There's the ability to choose different tires, hard, soft, and wet tires. You can do the qualifying lap, but again, this does take a lot of extra time to do that, but it is very interesting. Custom constructions. So those wear points that you had, this gives you the ability to customize what points are where. So you could choose to start with like fewer tire wear points, but more something else. Nitro injection. There we go. The team options that you can do over here. And then expert mode turned on is interesting, but isn't there, or am I thinking of Heat that's got the expansions that opens up different tracks? Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. But yeah, there are a bunch of tracks. I do really like that, but we could do a random circuit next time as well, which would be good. But yeah, the other great racing game. Oh, interesting that it comes up over there. Oh, because recently played. Yeah, that makes sense. The other great racing game is Heat. Oh, you can play up to 9. But again, I think it would take longer. Not substantially longer, but it would take longer. We will have to try Heat at some point, which is more of a deck building thing. But there we go with the expansion. So we'd probably turn those off. I like the first turn mulligan is quite nice. And then it also has the ability to customize your vehicles with garages because you do a deck building thing over time. But yeah, this is it's not a deck building game exactly, but you have a deck, and at the start of every turn you draw a certain amount of cards and you play a certain amount. You play 1 card for your gear that you're in. So if you're in 3rd gear, you play 3 cards, for example. Add up those numbers. There's some RNG elements. There's still this sort of corner mechanic, except in Heat, instead of stopping in a corner, each corner has a maximum speed that if you exceed, then what happens, you take Heat cards that you shuffle into your deck that makes things worse. These are sort of dead cards that don't do anything. It's really good. And yeah, I have played with the expansions. They're really, really a lot of fun. The rain changes the strategy a lot, which is kind of cool. But yeah, only played it a little bit on the website, but it is a very strong game. Is there a Robo Rally? I don't think there's Robo Rally on this one, unfortunately. But there are a lot of great games. There are a lot of super good games. The Through the Ages, there's a Steam version, also a mobile version. I've played it a lot. That's really good and looks really slick. What I really like with my friends, even though we all own the Steam version of Through the Ages, New Story Civilization, even though we all own it, we end up playing it on here because it has an option to play a peaceful variant with no war. So it's mostly focused on engine building and less bitterness. Military still has value because it's used for different mechanics, but it leads to less of a feeling of getting ganged up on. So we tend to do that. But it is a slower game and fewer players, so we're not going to do that on stream the same way. But I have a few videos of me playing this game, which is wonderful. It's not an official Civilization game, but it's kind of a Civilization game. So, mobile Through the Ages and waiting for the bus game. Yes, that's exactly it. I will rarely finish a game of Through the Ages because I start while I'm waiting for something, and then the thing I'm waiting for is done, and then I put it away, and then next time I sit down to play, it asks, you want to continue your game? I'm like, I don't remember where I was. No, I want to start fresh because it's always the most fun. Anyway, we're going to go and raid it because for luck. What's she playing over there? Oh, right. Today's her special Minecraft event. So they have a big building event that they do every year. So there's some Minecraft happening over there. Give her some love. And I will see you on Monday, where my current plan is to play some Grim Dawn. Theoretically, if tomorrow I'm not like vibing with whatever I'm doing, I might decide to randomly stream some more Grim Dawn. But almost certainly it's going to be Monday. I strongly suspect. So Grim Dawn, and we will be playing some more Auction Not Included. But I really want to see the Grim Dawn expansion some more. Anyway, folks, thanks a lot. I'll see you again soon, and I'm going to make the Songs of Six video live right now. Hey, I didn't forget.